So there seems to be R, but there's is. On stage, Nelly Muluka. I'm the Chief Manager, Corporate Services and Administration at the Kenya Film Classification Board. And together with me is this young man.
Which one? Good morning, everyone. My name is Brian Ombayo. I'll be assisting in emceeing today. I hope everyone has had tea. If not, ensure that you do it so that we can be able to move to the next stage. You are very much welcome in this specific occasion, and we'll hope that you will learn and also share what you have in mind. Thank you.
Sasa mimi nimekupea tu kidogo, umeanza kung'ara hapa eh? Ama memo ndio natafuta. Okay, so we are here with Brian, and as I said, maybe I want to request that people who are sitting there, because of sound, wale mlifanya mambo ya physics na nini and so on like me, you can try and just move a bit so that for photography and even for sound, we start balancing as we wait for the rest of the people to come. Because we are already here, you are the VIPs. In fact, nyenye ni VVIPs, very important people. Wale watawafata ni VIPs, that ni IP, important people. Wale watakuja nyuma ni P, ni people. Wale tutafungia nje ni others. So, very important people. Tafadhali, move forward. So what we are going to do, we have the program. Kindly, we can project the program once more. We could project the program once more. We are trying to have green. We are going green. So kindly scan that so that you have the program. Kama yako ni mulika mwizi, kaa karibu na mtu ambaye atakumulika. Sijasema wewe ndio huyo mwizi. But together, you can now use that person's phone if they agree. We are going to have maybe 1 or 2 sessions of the entertainment so that we do 1 or 2. There's somebody who is just about to arrive. While we are waiting for them, why don't we have just 1 or 2? Entertainment ni dawa ya roho, si ndio? Hata kama ulikuwa maybe umefuliza na ama mtu alikuwa na deni yako akakurudishia ikaingia ndani ya hiyo fuliza, ukikuwa entertained, you just feel hati yako ikisikia vizuri. So I'm going to call on stage one team. They're going, Mr. President, President Martin Oila, President Simama juu. This young man that mnaona hapo, one of you, one of the creatives, is a president of the youth. Ni mtu mkubwa kabisa hata kama amekaa kule. Na for him to be here, it is an honor. President Owila. Owila is an all-round creative and he also plays rugby for the Kenya team. Kama utataka kupiga picha, mkimlipa kitu akinipatia, you can get ready. President, where is your team? I would like them to come and entertain us. Patrick, a good team of young creatives. We give them an opportunity to entertain us a bit. Entertainment ni dawa ya roho. Kuna kitu mtahitaji? Microphone. From there, could we kindly have some microphones? Mnataka kufanyia hapo chini ama niwape ruhusa kidogo huku juu? Haya, pandeni. Mnaweza kupanda. Pandeni juu. So for now, the stage is yours.
Check 1 2. 1 2 1 2. Aya, kama unanisikiza wapi nione kwa mkono hivi. Kama unanisikiza nione kwa mkono. Asante sana. Si tu stretch kidogo before tuanze, si ndio? Na ningependa tusimame kidogo. Tuko na DJ pale nyuma. Atupatie mziki kidogo tu stretch.
Mziki DJ.
At least before tuanze, si ndio? Tuamuke kidogo, tafuta space. Tumekunywa chai, tuko na energy, si ndio? Uliza mwenzako, uko na energy ya kutosha? Uliza jirani, uliza jirani, uliza jirani. Wanasema saa zingine jirani yako ndio nyota yako na ujui. Salimia jirani, muulize unaitwa nani? Umetoka wapi, unafanya nini? Unaweza kuwa umekaa na president karibu na wewe na ujui. Uliza mtu unafanya kazi gani? Ujue kazi yake ni gani? Alafu ukimaliza sasa salimia watu watano. Tembea usalimia watu watano. Salimia watu watano sasa, tembea usalimia watu watano. Tembea.
MC kumbuka DJ 75% Kenyan.
Yes.
DJ ukumbuke hiyo sana.
Tembea watu watano. Salimia watu watano. Mbona watu wanapenda kusalimia watu wa dreadi? Watu wanapenda kusalimia watu wako na locks. Ama kuna nyota hapo? DJ uko ready? Nataka unipatie ingine tamu tu dance hapa kidogo for 5 minutes, alafu tutarudi baadaye, si ndio? Aya DJ.
DJ yana muziki.
Tulisema 95% Kenyan music.
Tumetoka 75, tuko 95%.
Cheza ya Kenya. Tunasikiza Kenya, si ndio? Tunasikiza Kenya sasa hii. DJ nipatie moja ya Kenya, moja tu ya Kenya. Tuwakilishe. Wow, unapenda vile mna smile. Wow, mko na furaha. Ama ni chai? Chai ilikuwa mzuri. Wamesema ya kwamba bado iko.
Pia lunch iko but home.
But home. Hata Biblia anasema let those who are hungry eat at home, si ndio? So ukiwa na njaa ni nyumbani. DJ. Aya, sauti. Aya, nione mkono hapa kidogo tu. Tuanze tu hivi. Pole pole tu. Tukimove. Nataka tuende the same. Kila mtu angalia jirani. Twende. Swing tu hapo pole pole tu. Twende mbele kivi. Mbele tu. Hapo. Ladies are doing it very nice. Wanaume mko wapi? Twende hivi. Hivi. Kila mtu. Kila mtu. Tunasonga mbele hivi. Tunarudi nyuma. Twende. Turudi nyuma. Twende mbele. Rudi nyuma. Twende mbele. Ukiniacha mimi nasuka buda kila Sunday uko simu kule sosena. Hapo kando kanyaga tu pole pole hivi. Pole pole tu. Alafu tunapeleka hivi. Ana sifa za kiajabu, anadunga mini July na hana sababu. Kila mtu. Ajali miaka bora form ya adabu na shuku ali. Kama uko na heel store. Ni mauru. Hako siko. Inaweza ng'oka urudi home na slippers. Kila Sunday si yako cha. Mauru. Sini commando. Sasa peleka mkono. Udem ni mauru. Mkono. Ana shika tabla. Ana weka voodoo. Kila mtu. Piga tu flash ya ajali chesa. Ana shika tabla. Ana weka voodoo. Anapenda kuzitoka za. Atupeleke chini. Ana shika tabla. Chini. Weka voodoo. Chini. Chini. Twende. Turudi juu.
Leo sina ganji soki leo na kibembeleza kama mtoto. ID Ferrari zimebaki kwa mbosho. Wezi jua niko nunge nikipost photo.
Sasa tunafanya hivi, tunatembea tukienda huku hivi.
Kodo moto inachoma kodi.
Hapo turudi.
Sasa niko kwa dance floor zimeshika nicheza. Vile na machoka kipofu na mamande yule mbaba pale nitamupa pressure. Oops. Under the influence. Mix sheng na kizungu.
Ongeza na maringo kidogo.
Kolabo ya Kapenga na Lumu.
Maringo kidogo.
After party korunda. Under the influence.
Turudi hapa tuanguke nayo sasa, anguka nayo. Anguka nayo. Chini, anguka. Twende. Wengine wafiki chini. Aya, twende tuswing. Kuna drink unaharibu kieka chesa. Tunaenda Kimasai, sawa? Tunaenda hivi.
nikwe mali unafikiria niko ya
Twende.
kweli na rap vitu naona kwa vision ndo ujue mi naanzanga kanishona mwisho KJZ na kuomba permission.
Sasa unaongeza na maringo kidogo unafanya hivi.
Na wako na mission kwa kaa mimi na ndo maana hizo vitisho za
Twende.
siski wanovwana kuna ingine kaa hii.
Oops, under the influence. Mix sheng na kizungu ni
Haya,
influence.
haya.
Collaborate
Hii ni rahisi,
na
sawa sawa.
rumba tuko
Hii tunaenda vile tulikuwa tumeanza ile ya kwanza.
Under the influence.
Twende.
Mix sheng na kizungu ni influence. Collabo ya Kapenga na Lumumba tuko mwiki kwa lomo.
Twende. Haya unashika kichwa.
Tuna F za kugiviwa
Kisha.
minds ime left kabla nyingine
Kisha.
yangu ya next shots
Kila mtu.
to the head.
Aha.
She said she see danger ahead.
Twende.
Mimi naona danger ahead. Bora kesho ni wake up.
Haya nataka upiki kitu, nataka upiki vitu kwa hewa. Twende.
Hata kama macho ni red.
Pick.
Tanisamehea ni weekend.
Pick.
Hata kama si weekend ni weekend.
Pick.
Shots to the head.
DJ. Ukiona mtu afanye hivi kumaanisha kuna kitu kwa makwapa, si ndio? Turudie tena once, si ndio? Turudie once. Haya tunapick kitu kwa hewa. Twende kila mtu twende. Pick.
Shots
to
the head.
Follow DJ Shinsky on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and
Twende
TikTok
chini.
at DJ Shinsky. Subscribe on YouTube at DJ Shinsky for more mixes.
Haya asante sana, asanteni sana.
Makofi.
Hata kesho tuone kaa
Makofi
tutatrend.
mazuri.
Shots to the
Anaweza ama
head.
hawezi?
Kaa umemess.
Anaweza ama hawezi? Makofi. Sasa kama unajua ile nini deep hit, wale wenye huwa mnaenda ile mnaita sijui dunda ama wanahitaji wako sawa. Lois, si tutatumia deep hit, si ndio? Ametutesa. Okay, next on stage also we want to bring Julix Drizzle. I hope you are ready, Julian. Please kuja na wewe uendelee kuwaroga. Anawaroga na mimi nikiwaokoa, si ndio hivyo? Acha waroge tu na mimi waokoe. So Julian on stage, let's have it up for. Mimi namjua kama Julian lakini ana jina ingine, atatueleza tu. Please come. Atika ile kajina ni aje? Ni aje?
Hello, nahitaji mic pia mimi. Yeah.
So this young
Yeah,
man
watu.
atatueleza mwenyewe kisha ataturoga,
Yeah,
lakini
watu.
akisha turoga baadaye nitaenda nimwokoe na niwaokoe. Okay, take over Julia.
Kwanza jina bado inasomwa Julian. Ukiona madoido haimaanishi imechange. So my name is Julian Oluoch, Julian Drizzle, Saint Julian, depends. Sasa utanipata, utaniita jina, muktadha. Nimechoka bado nimedance. Na hawakuniambia kuna chai, so nilikuja kaa nishakula. Sasa yangu I'm hoping nitafungiwa kando. So I have this song, it's called Bomb ni Bomb, and niliandika after mtu fulani alikuwa amenikosea. So hopefully mtaisikia, you let me know. Another thing, na msisahau, I've been nominated People's Choice Awards and Next Generation Artist of the Year. So tafadhali, mkitaka kunipigia kura mtaniona baadaye. Please and thank you. Ukinipigia kura naandika jina yako kwa speech yenye nitasoma nikishinda, hopefully, fingers crossed. Alafu situfanye hiyo kitu ama unasema aje? Lakini nimetense, nyinyi mmetense. Hey, nyimbe imtoke. Ingoma inaitwa Bomb ni Bomb, sawa? Yeah, si Bomb ni Bomb. Hey, tulianza ka jokes, nikitafuta do, pulling up to your home, kwa mfuko ni loan, ukaniacha alone, ati shida ya phone, so shikagi calls, mi ukani ignore, kunishow madharau, dunia ni round, bomb ni bomb, nilikuwa the clown, sasa niko na crown, umerudi around, unadai kulink, ati uko na drinks, tulisema no strings, stay Taliban, ukani block nikakublock tukawachana, unani text unani call kutoka jana, sare ufala sidai the drama, ulinishow unanipenda we uka lost ukani ghost, nimerelax jo, sasa you're back chasing my love, misa kutaki that is a fact, nimerelax jo, wewe kusema sifiki bei kunidelete wakani posti, nimerelax jo, si bomb ni bomb, nimerelax jo, uko na manhomie niko na madem, si bomb ni bomb, uko kwa weekend niko nao sherehe, si bomb ni bomb, wakituma DM mina tuma location, bomb ni bomb, unapelekwa date nampeleka vacation, bomb ni bomb, nililearn the game, hakunanga road, utagogewa dem, hakunanga road, you live by the sword, you die by the sword, si bomb ni bomb, ulinishow unanipenda we uka lost ukani ghost, nimerelax jo, sasa you're back chasing my love, miss kutaki that is a fact, nimerelax jo, wewe kusema sifiki bei kunidelete wakani posti, nimerelax jo, si bomb ni bomb, nimerelax jo, uko na mahome niko na madem, si bomb ni bomb, uko kwa weekend niko nao sherehe, si bomb ni bomb, wakituma DM mina tuma location, bomb ni bomb, unapelekwa date nampeleka vacation, bomb ni bomb. Hey, sateni. The whole purpose of the song ni bomb, so msiai sahau. Just in case, jina ni Julian, nilikuwa nimepanic kidogo, but thanks for having me. Still next generation artist of the year, mnivotie please and thank you. Thanks to everyone involved. Thanks for having me here. Asanteni man. Nasina madem.
Let's give it up for Julian. Mimi mwenye sikujua Julian ana madem, lakini nimejua. Julian is a student at the university. He's also an artist na amewaeleza. He has been nominated, vote for him, and I'm his mother really. Julian is my son. Sikujua na madem. Mnipigie makofi hata mimi kumbe. Niko na my daughters in law, si ndio hivyo? Na hajakuja hapa juu ni my son. So naona he's been nominated and he's an artist. Is a proof that you can have academics and at the same time uko na hiyo na parent anakusupport, si ndio hivyo? So tukirudi home ataniambia au madems, ana madem wako wapi na kadhalika. There's one more young man alikuwa tumeongea naye hapa, ndio yule, hebu kuja. Hata watoto mnaangalia wale ule MC, I've mentored him. Simama MC. That is my mentee, nimemmentor. Sa amejaribu. So hata siko tu huku hivi, I also mentor them outside. Na mwingine ndio huyo. Take over. Asante. Unapenda gani? Any. Haya, sasa iweke on. Weka on to test. Niaje? Sasa umeona Dani akikuja ataipiga tu hivyo, na wewe ukikuja hebu piga vile ulipiga. Pigako hivyo. Na Dani naye atapiga aje. Haya, endelea.
Yeah. Hello. I am Kelvin Kariuki, stage name Kish the Doctor. I am an actor and a poet by profession and the king of stage. And I'm happy to be here, even though sina mamangu akuja kunisupport hapa, but ako back home na mimi ananisikiza. So I go by the name Kish the Doctor. Juu poetry kwangu ni kama sindano. And that's why daily huwa naitumia kunject facts kwa wao wenye wako patient. Na before ni wa greet, wacha kwanza ni wa treat cause I am a true reflection of mse mwenye huwa na encounter madawa kila siku na yet niko sober. That's why naomba mnipatie chance ni wahudumie. Call me Kish the doctor. This piece is a special dedication to all of you. Wenye wanaishi a low budget life but still wako na dream ya kufanya ya purchase wakimake it. Sikiza history. Kufeli history shule haimaanishi huwezi fanya social study na ukuwe guru kwa hii media. You've late nimenotice ukiwa njana unanisikiza naweza kupeleka Naivas food for thought. Hii technology imefanya vitu zikuwe easy and such a way that hata gari kiharibika naona spana ya kufungua nut you just call bolt one call away na ushamake it. Imagine bado na hii technology bado God ni mso. God ni mso and that's why kutanyesha akitaka cause yendo akonaweza pata. I wish it technology ingekuwa invented back in the days. I believe ingekuwa so much easier to find X. Juu the more ina Twitter, the more unapata mademu wakiwa kwa machali wanatumia X. That's why I miss back in the days. I miss back in the days ile time wenye wachezaji wakuhitaji kutumia madri ndio wakuwe na super match. Ile time yenye ule DJ Mnomo alikuwa afro na yeta alikuwa kipara. Ile time yenye sex was a sin but right now it's just a movie scene. Ile time yenye North Pole na North Pole zilikuwa zina repel. I miss back in the days. So asubuhi nimeamka. Naanza kureflect 2 years ago. Mkononi nilikuwa na kalamu na hiyo siku wa book so nikupitia tu abstract book. But something inanidistract. Cover ya kitabu. Utumishi kwa wote. Nimeishi nikitumikia watu kwa utu ili waishi ila kuishi jiji na hii robbery haikuwa rahisi. Mzee anaingia kilia. Kwa kweli si rahisi kuona machozi ya mwanaume so hii inaniguza hadi kwa ngozi. Kwa wazee wa mama na vijana singekubali this bad treat. Kwa hivyo naingia kwa hizi streets. Kidogo na spot vijana wamevaa golo kwa meno na ice kila mahali. Freeze nawaambia. Kumbe wako maji so kuambia it was just in vain. Kidogo na spot ule mkora. Kidogo anaamua kukimbia. Bila kusita sita ina count of 5 akipiga step ya 4 mara moja na amua kushoot my shot. Kumbe leo ningekuwa fire. I thought nimetumia rubber bullet lakini singeweza kuerase kenye nilifanya. But still haikuwa ngumu kujidefend. Wana alikuwa mrasta tu kuangalia mfuko zake 3 ya 4 singekosa bangi. So theme ilikuwa kwa marasta na kwa hii game ilikuwa massage msamaha tuliacha mapasta the profession ya police but blood ni a gangster. Na kwa someone kwa office ya commission. So this was an added advantage nilijua leo napandisha cheo bila kujua mwenye alini haya ananiletea habari mbaya. It immediately after ile mission me release fire niliua colleague wangu na kumpatia an early retire. A day like this nilijona master ikafanya ni end up kwa massacre. So kwa polisi wenzangu usiona mrasta na dread ufikirie kumweka locks. Na pia usidhani joendangi kanisa ako na shash. Kish the doctor.
Let's give it up for Kish the doctor. Ni daktari wa mioyo. So naona sijui pia ni daktari wa nini lakini pia ni doctor. Now you can see those upcoming young men. Let us support them and to call MC just kuja uchukue hype kidogo for 2 minutes so that I can get our guest of honor kuja. Our chief guest akuja atoe, tutaanza hivi very very soon. Hao watu walikunywa chai na digestion ikianza watalala na wakilala tutajiongelesha. The only person allowed kujiongelesha ni mwalimu, si ndio? A person who keeps on talking when everybody has stopped listening. I was one, mwalimu. Lakini nilikuwa najua tu vile nawapata. Kwa hivyo hapa nobody else is supposed to not to be listening juu hakuna mwalimu. So we are starting very very soon. Hype man wafanye digestion ingie. I told you he's my mentee. He's doing very well. Hata kukula huwa tunakula pamoja. You can see in that area I've also worked well. Tumpigie makofi. Haya, wanini kidogo dakika 2 hivi then tutakuwa tumene.
Asante sana. Hapo kwa kukula ni vile tu mwili ndio kubwa. Haya, sasa kila tuamke tena kidogo. Ni kudance. Tunarudi tena chini, tunasikiza, tunasimama tena, tuna dance hivyo hivyo. Siku ya leo ni siku ya kusikia vizuri na kulearn, si ndio? Tumekuja kulearn na pia tusikie vizuri. DJ pale nyuma najua yeye pia ako ready, mimi ndo bado na waste time. DJ, twende. Haya, nione kila mtu stretch hivi. Hivi. Nataka nisikie mfupa ikipiga toa. Twende. Kila mtu. Wanaite. Twende. Haya, kanyaga. Pole pole tu. Hey. Kanyaga. Haya, sasa tunafanya hivi. Tunakanyaga mara 3. 1 2 3. Twende. 1 2 3. Twende. 1 2 3. Kila mtu. Kanyaga. Kanyaga. Twende. Aha. Twende hivi.
Anguka nao, twende down low now.
Twende.
Stand up to your feet, mikono juu alafu click. Tuliza pesa alafu one leg. Anguka nao, one leg. Anguka nao.
Anguka nayo.
Anguka nao.
Anguka.
Anguka nao.
Anguka nayo.
Anguka nao.
Twende chini.
Anguka nayo kama uko na nini.
Anguka. 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 Turudi juu. Twende. Kanyaga. Kanyage. Kama jeshi.
Anguka nayo.
Kama jeshi.
Anguka nayo.
Twende.
Anguka nayo.
Twende.
Na katika msupa weba njoo.
Twende.
Cheza chini ukikondeza.
Twende hivi.
Anguka nayo bepiga lusha.
Kila mtu.
Mdagi matisho za wadai. Ama darling.
Aha.
Serikali. Juni serikali. Tamka asali. Simnajua ni nani. Flow mshati.
Haya, tunakanyaga mara 2. 1 2. 1 2.
Utekiwa poa.
Twende. 1.
Aha.
Twende.
Sikia. Beba.
Mara 2.
Anguka nayo.
Na maringo kidogo.
Anguka nayo. Anguka nayo. Anguka nayo mtupa mefili.
Haya, tupanguze viatu.
Anguka nayo kama uko na new catch. Anguka nayo kama una patina.
Panguza.
Anguka nayo round 2 kwa.
Ile pande nyingine.
Anguka nayo. Anguka nayo.
Haya, tupake makeup.
Anguka nayo.
Paka makeup.
Anguka nayo.
Paka makeup.
Anguka nayo kama uko na new.
Tengeneza nguo.
Anguka nayo kama una patina magwash. Anguka nayo.
Ringa kidogo.
Anguka nayo ati. Anguka nayo.
Ajiangalie. Ringa kidogo.
Anguka.
Ringa jirani.
Anguka nayo.
Ringa jirani.
Tunasikiza Shin City, tuna feel free. Teka video na post pale NG.
Kila mtu twende. DJ, mtu amekanyaga waya. Mtu amekanyaga waya. Mtu amekanyaga. Angalia jirani yako kama amekanyaga waya. Angalia mguu. Ukiona amekaza sana mguu, maybe amekanyagilia thao hapo. DJ, tuendelee, si ndio? Bado hatujachoka. Bado digestion. Tunataka digestion ifanyike vizuri. Tukinyorosha mwili, si ndio? Si ndio? Ambia jirani yako ndio tumeanza. Ambia jirani ndio tumeanza. Na bado. Aha. Aine nyoyoko na pesa. Kitambi mbele. Twende. Everybody. Twende. Aha.
Put your money where your mouth on day, yeah, that's what.
Pole pole, hii haina raka. Set it.
Pick up.
Aha.
Set it.
Aha.
Pick up.
Aha.
Set it.
Tunaenda hivi mbele, tunaenda hivi.
So when me set it, you have it. Pick up.
Twende.
Sima. Ukate kiss tumepima.
Aha.
Kisikia Kim Jong Call tunajua
Hey.
female Benzema. Girl them na go in. Reproduction tunaifanyia backseat
Aha.
ya dinner. Bad girl Didi, bad girl Kariri. Nipate ex Tuesday nikiwa warm series. Rosa nyoro.
Kichwa.
Siku zombo zote tunawashombor.
Kichwa.
Man, me a look where you there. Your
Kichwa.
girlfriend know me better
Ju.
than them.
Kichwa.
Man, me a look
Ju.
where you there. Me cause problems everywhere me step. When me drop it down low on the floor, yeah, that's what I prefer. Put your money where your mouth on there, yeah, that's what me prefer.
Twende. Set it.
Pick up.
Sioni wengine wakifanya.
Pick up. When me set it, you have it. Pick up.
Atukanyage kando hivi twende.
You have it. Pick up.
Twende.
Nige ni chape chape. Chape chape ni setie ni shande shande.
Aha.
Shande shande. Goja mapiki.
Twende.
Mpaka lale
Anguka
anguka
na.
nayo twende down niche down.
Atuweka mbele.
Bad girl Kariri
Nyuma.
nafanya na come S.
Mbele.
Only fun mindo
Nyuma.
recording giza videsa.
Mbele.
Dema uru lakini
Nyuma.
Teng makutesa. Don Julio ananyima.
Alafu unapiga kichwa kidogo.
Namba uno mini mzinga na ningam.
Kichwa.
Nikikama tupotezi idha.
Kichwa.
Namba uno mini mzinga na ningam.
Kichwa.
Nikikama tupotezi idha.
When me drop it down low on the floor, yeah,
Aya,
that's what me
freestyle
prefer.
sasa. Kanyaga tu kitembea.
Put your money where your mouth on there, yeah, that's what me
Twende.
prefer.
Kanyaga.
Set it.
Aha.
Pick up.
Aha.
Set it.
Aya, angalia jirani yako.
Pick up. When me
Angalia jirani yako.
you have it. Pick up.
Aya,
So
tunafanya
when me
Kimasai.
you
Twende.
have it.
Twende
Pick
hivi.
up. When me drop it down low on the floor, yeah, that's what you prefer.
Angalia jirani.
Put your money where your mouth on there, yeah, that's what
Utaniambia
you
mbona una
prefer.
jirani?
Set it.
Aha.
Pick up.
Twende.
Set it.
Aha.
Pick up.
Aha. Ah, DJ. Wapi makofi ya DJ tafadhali? Makofi ya DJ, makofi ya DJ. Naona MC anakuja. Asanteni sana. Makofi ya MC akikuja sasa. Let's now take our seat as wonderful kings and queens. Asanteni sana.
Aya, tumpigie makofi tena. Ayo, karibuni sana. Now there's a survey that will be projected on the screen. Mnaweza scan and then mpeane feedback yenu kwa hiyo survey as we proceed. I take this opportunity kukaribisha the agencies that are represented here that will be going to talk about their mandates and what they've got to offer and the role they play in the film industry. I will invite the guests just to wave. I'll start with the Kenya Wildlife Service. Maybe you can tell people your name. And then, yeah, come to the stage, tell people your name, and then why you are here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Natalie Waithera. I work for Kenya Wildlife Service, and I'm here to engage with regards to filming and photography in national parks. Thank you.
Makofi. Mafisi zote ziregister na Kenya Wildlife Service. Then we have a representative from the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority. Karibu sana.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Francis Keegan. Today, I'll be taking you through the regulations for the drones in the country. So please Be prepared. Today is your day. I'll be there to answer possibly all your questions concerning the drones industry. Thank you.
I kindly take note that the booklet that you've been given has all the details. Should you seek any clarifications, then that is the source of information that you have right there with you. Then we have a gentleman from the taxman himself, the Kenya Revenue Authority. Today he's coming to talk about what they have for the film industry, not pay and all those things and all the other taxes, but what incentives exist that KRA can offer for the development of the creative and the film industry. Karibu sana.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, my name is Leonard Cheserem from Kenya Revenue Authority, as the MC has said. So I'll just talk to you about what you need to know about taxes as you go on with your business or whatever you are doing in the industry of film. So I'll give you insights on what you need to know. Thank you.
Makofi kwake. And as we proceed with the introductions by the agencies represented here, kindly scan the QR code that will be displayed on the screens so that you can be able to do the survey. The next one we have a representative from the immigration. Karibu sana.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Purity Guantai from the Directorate of Immigration. I know that as Kenyans, wherever you hear immigration, you only think about passports. So I'm not here about passports. I'm here about the requirements for issuance of work permits and passes, which are requirements which are documents required for filming, mostly by foreigners. Thank you very much.
Mimi nikisikia immigration nakumbuka tu Meguna. Then the next agency will be Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. Karibu sana.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Francis Kang'ethe Mbugwa from the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. I'll be speaking to the regulating of personal data and how we use our images, how we seek consent, and what are the repercussions of not doing so. And also the registration part, how we register, and maybe what will be the repercussions of producing the reels, the TikToks, then we'll be good to go. Thank you.
I wish that as we proceed, those people who have decided to sit at the far end, we can move closer so that we can have like a unified approach when you're speaking to guests, sort of turning like this and the other side. The next agency that I'll call on stage is a representative from the Kenya Copyright Board Council. Welcome.
Good morning. So Paul Kaindo is my name from the Kenya Copyright Board. Mimi kazi yangu ni kumuonyesha venye unatengeneza pesa. Ukishatengeneza kazi yako kama film producer, how do you then proceed to make money? Intellectual property matters, generally speaking, and specifically copyright. Thank you.
All right, makofi kwake. And then since the Kenya Film Classification Board is the host of the occasion, and before we welcome the Chief Executive Officer, first I would like to invite Mr. Marcos Masiga to come and just have a brief explanation of what should be expected of the board in collaboration with other state agencies in order to help facilitate the growth of the film and creative industry. Mr. Masiga, please.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you for most of you. I think you arrived here early. And I'll be very brief. We have about 7 government agencies that have come together to equip you with the information that you require to operate within this sector. For a very long time, KFCB as an institution has been reaching out to creatives, but we realized that the same creatives required to understand the ecosystem holistically so that they are able to know from the time you conceptualize your idea to the time you are getting this content to the market and how you are going to interact with that particular ecosystem. Are there requirements that you need to meet? Is there guidance that you need from the government agencies? Because the government agencies are the ones that are charged with creating that conducive environment for your art to thrive, but at the same time, they manage that particular space. So the various government entities that are here, the 7, and I believe my colleague has just mentioned them, have come together to, first of all, put together information in a very simplified way. I know even before I joined the board, the biggest challenge I had was to basically access the pertinent information with regard to filming, because they're contained in various laws. If today you are given a tax law, how will you establish what concerns you as a filmmaker? There are incentives therein which you are not aware of. And I think by putting or consolidating and simplifying this information for you, you stand to benefit more and to be able to operate in an environment that you understand better. Eventually, we hope that this information will be crucial to whatever you do, and that you'll also appreciate what we've done. Besides the handbook, we're also looking at disseminating this. It is not good to just ask you to pick it or to access it on our website. But again, this particular interaction will enable us also to gather feedback from you. We can't purport to know your priorities, your needs, but again, with such interactions, we'll be able to, pick such concerns, get to have a common understanding, and eventually the end goal is for all of us to facilitate the growth of this industry. So karibuni sana, we'll be interacting further in other sessions. Thank you.
Makofi. Thank you so much for that, the agencies involved. I now welcome the main MC, Madam Nelly. Mweke muziki, please. Ngoja, Madam Nelly, rudi pale. Unaiba kura mapema. Oh, basi. DJ, wamekuokoa.
Endelea, niite tu niite.
DJ, weka kitu kama ni mkangala mweke. Kulipa ni KRA itashughulikia hiyo maneno.
To Africa's baddest mashup DJ, it's VDJ.
You say you wanna call me daddy, oh. I can be a sugar daddy, mama. I can put you on top.
Amesema umri imekataa. Amesema jaribu mkangala.
Hiyo ni mpango wa kando. Na nani ananilipa? Sio, unaona?
No, there are 7 state agencies here.
Several state agencies
and
here.
they have the capacity to pay you.
Hata nikae tu nyumbani.
Usijali.
Bora nimedance leo.
Mtu akitumia image yako vibaya, data protection wako pale.
Basi fanya hivi, nitaangalia tu baadaye, nitaangalia mtu wa kuanguka naye. Lakini for now, tumalize hii. Studio, weka hiyo mkangala. KFCB ingieni twende.
Basi.
Mukangala uli buza nuli musumba nomba mukangala wenyanga uri. Mukangala uli buza nuli musumba nomba mukangala wenyanga uri. Wamanya Rosilida ibosiwo ali mujere wa bene. Wamanya Rosilida ibosiwo ali mujere wa bene. Ibulanga Rosilida mujere wo eni bosiwo. Ibulanga Rosilida mujere wo eni bosiwo. Rosilida lero alamanya mukangala ula sundula busi. Rosilida lero alamanya mukangala ula sundula busi. Mukangala Wenza nga urina mubandu nukata matechi zangale. Wenza nga urina mubandu nukata matechi zangale. Mukangala iyeme buto. Mukangala ulisinya musumba. Mukangala iyeme buto. Mukangala tunakuona. Mukangala ulisinya musumba. Mukangala. Mukangala mwihonye lukukosi. Mukangala kukwirira ngasi.
Hiyo inaitwa mama anabuli watoto wake. I will not introduce them by name, but those are our colleagues. They are here. They are people we are going to be working with on this program, together with the other guests that are around. So that we do not waste a lot of time, we are going to start with the national anthem. Wale ambao wanaogopa kudance ndio wale. Pastor, welcome Pastor Petronila. Ndio yule mkubwa wa mayouth wa kanisa ule, na huyu ambaye ako nyuma ni Pastor Grace. Walikuwa wanangoja tumalize mkangala, tuwapigie makofi. So technical, mko ready? Let's go please. Let's be upstanding. Studio.
Nguvu yetu. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuache
tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you very much. Let's be upstanding. Let's sit down. Sit down, please. Ukisema simama, umejua uzuri wa kuwa hapa. Ukisema simama, unajua ule ni CEO. Sasa naweza kudanganya tu, simama keti, simama keti. Nasema good, sasa nabuli. Lakini tunaachia tu hapo. My colleagues, na kila mtu, let's be upstanding. Tusimame tena. Let's stand. I'm about to bring our CEO to come for the opening remarks. Redemptor, come and put us before the Lord. Pastor Redemptor.
Good morning. Clarification, I'm not a pastor, but let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you this morning. We are grateful, Lord, for the gift of life. We are grateful, Lord, even for allowing us to converge in such a place at such a time, King of all the glory, Lord. As we begin our program, we pray, God, that your presence will be together with us, Lord. We pray, Father, that all that we'll do in this place will be of benefit for the industry, for the organization represented, and even for the country at large. In the name of Jesus Christ, we pray and believe. Amen.
Thank you, Redemptor. Tutafikiria sasa from Pastor God tutakupea Bishop. So while we are still upstanding like that, colleagues, we are going to go down together with everybody. Please, kabla niite CEO so that we set this tujuana, naongea kama tumejuana. Go down, greet any 5 people. Pia nyinyi salimianeni huko. Just greet everybody. Ni ayo muulize yeye ni nani ametoka wapi. Thank you, colleagues. Enda msalimie watu. Tujuane. Wakati wa kujuana. Uliza, move around. Move around at least 4 to 5 people. Muuliza anaitwaje? Muuliza anaitwaje? Muulize unaitwaje, umetoka wapi? Muulize. Okay, studio nyamaza kwanza hapo mko. Hapo penye uko salimia mtu mwambie neighbor. Sema neighbor. Neighbor. Karibu sana. Siwasikii neighbor. Karibu. Neighbor. Nakupenda. Sasa mimi hiyo ni shauri yenu. Okay, tujipigie makofi. Let us go back. I hope umefanya networking yako within that short time. If you've not networked, kama hujapata, unaona Eunice, good Eunice. Naona Eunice anapata maneighbor huko. Try and ensure you have a neighbor. So let's sit down, please. Asanteni. Yes, Eunice. Makofi kwa Eunice, amepata majirani. Hata mimi nimeona majirani wangu tu hapa. Wengi tu. Lakini nitaenda kuhakikisha kama ni wale ama ni imagination. Without any further ado, we have already started the official part of this. I want to take this opportunity, as I said earlier, my name is Nelly Muluka from Kenya Film Classification Board. Kama hujapata Nelly, pata hiyo Muluka. Hili jina is a trademark, Nelly Muluka. Tuko pamoja? Tuko pamoja? I'm going to invite our CEO, pia yeye stanza na Mr. CPA. Jua nikisimama hapa niseme Mr. Pascal, naweza fika huko. Sijui maneno ya CPA. Kuna wengine wanaitwa MPRS, wengine wanaitwa engineer. Kama unaitwa Mr. kama heri ukuwe na kitu kuliko unaitwa oe. Imagine wewe jina yako ni oe. So, sir, CPA, Pascal, Martin, Opio. And Martin ni sahau mkubwa. Karibu sana. Tumpigie mkubwa makofi akikuja. Karibu sana CPA.
Thank you very much, Nelly. and everybody else who is here. Indeed, we are very delighted to host creatives, whether here or in NFC, which is our facility. However, before I give my remarks, just one or two clarifications. One is that I have a staff complement of 106 people. So wale jambazi 15 muliona hapa, those are the bad ones. The good ones, the good ones are somewhere, and it's about 85 of them. So it's a very big team. So the team you saw here, no, that's not a good representation of us. So don't take that home. Other than that, before I give my opening remarks, you will allow me to invite the representative from the governor's office, Dr. Catherine Gishuba, to come and speak to you. Daktari.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. How are you? Hello? Hello? Yeah. Okay, as you have just heard, I'm from the governor's office, that is the county, Nairobi County Governor's Office. In the county, we have several sectors, and one of the sector is inclusivity, public participation, and customer service. And in this sector, that is where we have culture, art, and tourism. And this county executive committee member in charge of that sector sent me to come and represent her here. So receive her greetings. She's Madam Rosemary Karaoke. Have you received her greetings? On top of that, greetings from our governor, Honorable His Excellency, Governor Sakanja. Do you receive his greetings? Yes, and we are able to have been invited to this forum because creative economy is very key in our county. And there are so many things that are happening. Remember, Nairobi is the county with all the cultures coming in. It's a melting pot of all cultures. And we need to make sure that we document, we capture everything, and through film, we can be able to do that. So we are humbled to be here and we are happy. So because this is just a starting point. From here, we'll be able to have, like now we have photography that happens in the CBD. We need to make sure that we understand who is doing that because right now they are doing it everywhere. So we need to be able to be organized. So from here, I know with the Kenya Film Board, we'll be able to align that and a lot of trainings to be done because we want to make sure that we create wealth through culture and also filming and doing a lot of creatives. We create content. Creative content is very, very key to be able to boost the economy of our county and also our country at large. So we are happy to be here and we just need to assure you that we are together in this. And from here, we'll be able to get contact so that we can be able to see how can we organize for another, maybe for a training in conjunction with other partners that are here so that we can be able to see how are we going to create this growth trend to be able to ensure all those people who are doing creative content are encouraged, they have the opportunities, and they are able to create wealth through that. So I didn't want to have a lot of stories because I know we'll be able to interact when we go now to Mashinani so that when we start the program, we will be able to engage more. And we see those opportunities that are coming up, the festivals, the events that we can create together, the culture that is going down, how we can revive it so that we can be able to market and also create that wealth. So thank you very much. And maybe we are going to meet in other forums since this is starting of the program. Thank you very much.
So once more, good morning and welcome again to this session. So to the creatives drawn from the Nairobi region and its environs, stakeholders in the film sector present, colleagues from KFCB, members of the Fourth Estate who always accompany us to all the regions that we go to. Cafil is an initiative of KFCB in partnership with the Sports Arts Social Development Fund. Generally, it's known as the Sports Fund, and is tailored to empower creatives in arts and film to create content that upholds Kenya's cultural values while safeguarding children from exposure to inappropriate audiovisual content. This program also seeks to create awareness of the existing legal framework guiding the film industry. If I may pause there, Daktari has just spoken about the issue of culture, and we are all interested in ensuring that we capture our culture. Nairobi is indeed a melting pot of many, 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 many cultures. And if we don't harness that and capture them probably in form of film, in form of art, then the next generation, the ones who come after the Gen Zs who are here, will then miss this. And we think it's important to capture that culture. So that's why we call you into such forums so that we pick ideas from you to see how we could capture this. And on the legal framework, we'd like you to know that as you work towards capturing that culture, there are certain issues that then you need to know. And during the plenary, we have our head of legal, Lois. Lois is there. Wakili, you need to stand up so they see you. She'll be guiding you on the legal framework that you would need to think about any time that you want to capture content. Thank you. This program that KFCB has so far rolled out in Kisumu, Nakuru, Embu, and Mombasa regions, respectively, aligns to the fifth pillar of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. This, we all know, is generally known as BETTER, and as well as the Vision 2030, which recognizes creative arts as a driver for youth empowerment and wealth creation. And indeed, that's why in this audience, we have more youth than any other sector of the society. Ladies and gentlemen, by implementing this program and providing the necessary interventions toward youth talent nurturing, KFCB hopes to contribute to a thriving orange economy that supports the monetization of talent for job opportunities and socioeconomic development. We've just had the representative of the governor speak about helping creatives to monetize content, and we think that is the direction to go. And maybe just to offer further clarity on this, if you want to monetize content, we'd like you to focus more on the areas we rate as GE and PG. Redemptor there will tell you what's rated as GE and PG. Why we say that is because it's easier to monetize that, because there's a lot more audience who watch general exhibition and those that are rated as parental guidance. Because everybody watches it, it means it has more uptake. So it means if you have your content in that group, you are able to get more people watching, and then you're able to make money. And this is statistics that you can watch worldwide. Right now, Marcos, the head of film there and registration, will tell you that the highest grossing films in the world, currently it's Inside Out, I think. That's PG. Then there's Minions. There's Despicable Me 4 now. We've had 1, 2, 3, and we're now in 4. And those are the top 3 in the world, all grossing over $1 billion. If you create content that the one we call is very nice, but is adult, it will be watched. Yes, it will be a spike for the night when these adults are awake. There are very few adults. Most of the people are asleep. The next morning it's forgotten. You will not be able to monetize that content. And indeed, that is why the platforms such as Meta and TikTok are only able to monetize content that is not rated adult content. So it's important that we work towards creating clean content so that we enjoy the benefits of our skills as creatives. Thank you. As part of our resolve to empower creatives, KFCB, in partnership with other government regulatory agencies whose mandates impact the film Yeah, Leonard is there. And KFS didn't come, but I think they'll be joining us. Kikob, there's Paul. I think he was speaking a short while ago. ODPC, there's Francis too. We have several Francises. And we also have our Francis. I think somewhere there is head of our audit. So there are many Francises. Kipi, they'll be joining us later. Immigration Department, we have Purity. And of course, we have the office of the county government, Dr. Gishuba, that has already spoken. So during the plenary, you have everybody that you'd need to tell you anything about content creation, whether it's legal, whether it's how to monetize it, whether it's how to ensure that you're not breaking any law which relates to capturing people images, because that's a very important issue now. We know ODPC is very keen on ensuring that if you are capturing images, then you capture images of people who've given you consent. Ideally, you should not capture somebody without their consent. And also, we'd like you to avoid capturing images of minors, because minors do not have the ability to give that consent. So it's very important to know that as you're creating content, what kind of images do you capture that do not infringe on the rights of the other people, but which still give you case was before. Initially, I know you all knew that if you wanted to film, then you needed to go through a third party. You would then become a broker. And that cost, we thought, was very high. And most of the budding filmmakers are from colleges, from institutions, so they did not have that money. So we opted to remove that barrier and say that you can then deal with us of your registering and in terms of ensuring that you make some money out of what you're doing. And during the plenary again, Marcus, the head of filming, will give you more details about that. So lastly, as a regulator, KFC believes that through Cafil program, creatives across Kenya will be able to harness their talent and creativity to create works that not only entertain, but also educate and inspire audiences, both locally and internationally. With that, thank you, and look forward to engaging with all of you today on how we can collaborate further and spur the growth of Kenya's art and film sector. Asanteni sana, and we hope to engage more during the plenary. We'll be here for the whole day. Thank you very much. Nelly, the floor is yours.
Okay, let's give it up for our CEO, CPA, Martin Opio. Hiyo CPA na hiyo jina ya katikati na jaribu nisahau, antoka pande ya Lakeside na wanapenda hiyo maneno. So I want to take this opportunity once more to recognize the presence of our other partners, our regulatory partners. They were recognized. I just want to make a mention and say Kenya Immigrations, Kenya Civil Authority, Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, the Kenya Copyright Board, KECOBO, Kenya Wildlife Services, and then Office of the Data Protection Commission. All of you, thank you very much. We take note of their presence. Number two, we are live on social media. So please, on X, we are there as Usanii Save for All. Usanii Save for All. And therefore, let us kindly get to Twitter. We keep retweeting so that those who are not here can also know what is happening here. CEO, thank you very much. We had a lot of entertainment and just a taste of what young people are doing. I'll invite a team that can entertain us for some 3 minutes so that we set the ball rolling. As the team is getting ready, after that short entertainment, we will go straight into the section of presentations, passing of the information that has really brought us here. So I want to believe that the team is ready. While the team is getting on the stage, please, Marcos, you'll get ready together with your two other presenters. So I will not, after that, I'll not get into the preliminaries that had been written there or any setting up of the atmosphere, whatever that means. Those, it's neither here nor there. Tupigie your team makofi of young people as they move on to the stage. So let's have Mr. P. Onderi together. No, your hype man, ako active. Hebu tumpigie makofi. Tupigie hype man makofi mazuri tu. Very active, he's an MC, he's a hype man. He is everything that you can think of, and he's also a comedian. Of course, I believe they do this as audiovisual, but right now, because we are not recording, they'll entertain us in the manner in which they choose to do. Tuwapigie makofi.
Check one, two. PR. Ngoja bwana, ngoja kwanza. Bwana sinaongea na wewe. Toa hizi vitu. Sinaongea na wewe. Zima hiyo kitu kwanza, zima. Nimesema finya pause. Finya pause. Finya pause. Mali imeandikwa pause.
Diamond.
Hapo. Hizi ni nini unasikia bwana?
Como sava
gani? Unasikia como sava gani?
Diamond, Simba ametoka msituni.
Bwana, this is why we are failing. This is why we are failing. Mbona usupport our own music? Kwani Wakenya hatuna wasanii?
What is na kaka anaweza sikiza muziki ya Kenya?
Bwana, kwani Kenya hatuna wasanii? Unasikia Diamond, kwani hapa Kenya hatuna wasanii?
Wasanii gani Kenya?
Wacha nikwambie kitu moja kijana. Wakati ambao tulikuwa na demonstration,
Ni nini shida kaka?
Huyu kijana anasikia mziki ya Tanzania na ni
Como
Mkenya.
Sava Diamond.
Kaka, kwani umejua leo Wakenya wanakuanga hivyo?
Huwezi fanya hivi bwana, lazima tu support our own.
Our own ni nani hao?
Kaka, mimi ni Mtanzania na niko Kenya na nasikiza watu wetu.
Hebu ana playlist yake. Ona nani Mtanzania?
Na Harmonize.
Ako na watu wa kwao, lakini wewe hebu acha niangalie nini yako. Wacha niangalie playlist yako. Harmonize, Kofi Olomide.
Kaka, sina time, tutaonana baadaye.
Kimbia wewe uende, kimbia. Kofi Olomide unasikia nini bwana? Wacha nikuulize, wakati tulikuwa na maandamano, tulikuwa tunaanguka nayo.
Mzari tu hai.
Ngoma ilikuwa ya wapi? Si ni ya Kenya? Mbona ikiwa wakati yenye tuko na shida ndio tunatumia wasanii wetu? Wakati ambaye tuko huru atusupport wasanii wetu.
Kenya ni nani utasikiza sasa?
Unajua Willy Paul?
Boze.
Unajua BN?
Ule kiparangoto.
Unamjua?
Anatoa ngoma fiti.
Unajua Trio Mio?
Kale kijana kale kali.
Sasa wacha nimalize. Unajua Steve Simple Boy?
Steve Simple Boy.
Number 2, ni movies gapi za Kenya unajua? Ujui hata moja because you don't watch. Unasikia? Nataka udelete hizi vitu zote. Nataka usupport Kenyan content sahi. Kama hauna nini na kufungulia hotspot. Delete, nataka usubscribe na kila mtu hapa. Make sure una subscribe kwa any channel ya msanii wa Kenya sahi. Fungua simu yako, subscribe. Let's support our own. Nilikuwa nasema ya kwamba if we can get 1 million Kenyans ambao wanaweza subscribe to wasanii wa Kenya tu, kazi ngapi tunaweza provide?
Simple Boy angekuwa Drake.
Tunaweza pata kazi, ma videographer wanapata kazi.
Peter Saraji angekuwa msanii sahi.
Actors wanapata kazi, si ndio? Si tuanze hivyo sahi na muanze na mimi naitwa MC Exodus. I'm a content creator. Muanze na mimi pale YouTube to subscribe, si ndio? Asanteni sana.
Makofi kwao vijana. Wameongelea mambo ya monetization, si ndio? And they have just given us a shortcut to monetization. We subscribe, we support each other, we are many. Na nimejua you are good people even from the faces, hakuna kamati ya roho mbaya. Wale wamenominatiwa, tunawasupport pia, si ndio hivyo? So without any further ado, that is a taste of what we've really enjoyed here. But hiyo ingine nilikuonea na nikishaona ninaamini kama mama wa KFCB kila mtu ameona. Mnipigie makofi jamani. We are moving to the next session. There's our presentations, and to call on stage Marcos Masiga, Lois Chalaha, and we will also be having Redemptor. But they'll come in the way that we will start with our legal, Lois Chalaha, so that we know the law, which is establishing us, and the law under which we are operating. After that, so that we flow, we will be having Marcos, who will come and talk about now the regulatory frameworks within the licenses. She's talking about the law and the act. He gets into the licensing area, and then we will get Redemptor to move with classification. So let it flow. Lois Shalaha. Tupigie wakili makofi. Naona hata anatembea kama wakili, si ndio? Wakili, karibu. So naona hata mimi naangalia kanaenda juu kanarudi chini, juu chini. Wakili, take the stage is yours.
Good morning, everyone. As you have been told, I'm called Lois Shalaha. I'm the head of legal department at Kenya Film Classification Board. And I'm going to take you through a very short presentation on our mandate and the enabling legislation. And to start us off, we have a legislation that we work under, and it's called the Film and Stage Plays Act, CAP 222. I'm sure all of us have heard about the Film and Stage Plays Act. We have interacted with it in one way or another. Apart from that, we have the Constitution of Kenya, which we give effect to some of the articles. As projected there, we have Article 2.6, which talks about the treaties that have been ratified. We give effect to some of the treaties. We have Article 11 on culture. We have Article 24, 27, 33, 46, and 53. Of most important is Article 33. We ensure that all the films that are being made in Kenya and the ones that are being exhibited, they do not propagate, they comply with this Article 33, Section 2, where it prohibits propaganda for war, incitement, hate speech, and all that. So we ensure that if you are making a film in Kenya, it does not have those particular elements. Article 53 as well, it talks about issues of children, protection of children from abuse, and we ensure that each and every film that is being made or exhibited does not have such elements, and that our children are safe when they're watching and as well as when they're being used in making the film. Then just an overview of our mandate. We regulate 5 areas of the film creation, where if you want to make any film in Kenya, you have to get a license from us. Marcos will give further details on the process and what is expected of you when you want to get a license from us. Broadcasting, we ensure that all the films or audiovisual content that is being exhibited on our broadcasting stations, they have complied with our law, whereby those particular films have been brought to us, they've been classified. And when I talk of classification, I'm talking of the ratings that we give, PG, GE, 16, 18, or we restrict. And Redemptor will take us through the process on how we arrive at that particular rating. Distribution, we ensure that any film that is being distributed also has been classified. Possession, we ensure that you're not in possession of any film that has been restricted by us. And exhibitors, talking of the cinema theaters, video shows, they also have to ensure that before they exhibit any film content to the public, that particular content has been classified by us. Then these are just some of the functions that we undertake. We register and license film agents, local and foreign filmmakers, distributors, and exhibitors. So if you intend to make any film, you have to get a license from us. We also classify any film that is made for public exhibition, and that is what I was talking about. We classify them either PGGE 16, 18, or we restrict that particular content. We also monitor compliance. As regulators, we have to ensure that there is compliance with the law. So we monitor compliance. If you're making any film, we monitor to ensure that you have taken the filming license. If you're exhibiting any content, you ensure that this particular content has been classified and certificate of approval has been issued. And also we monitor all the platforms. Any platform that exhibit audiovisual content, we monitor to ensure that there is compliance with our laws. We also give consumer advice. We advise our parents, caregivers, to ensure that their children or the children or those people who are under them, even us as adults, that the content we are viewing is suitable for us. And also we have programs that we engage with the public at large. You have programs like PADIL, parental digital programs, parental digital literacy, you are whom you consume, and so many other programs. Even this Cafil is one of the programs whereby we empower our stakeholders and the public at large to be aware of the laws and also the content they're consuming. What effect does it have on them, and so on. We also prescribe and develop guidelines on film regulation in the country. Sometime back, I think was last year, and the year after, that was 2022, we were developing the film classification guidelines, and we invited the stakeholders. I'm sure most of you are invited in that particular forum, just to give your input on the same. So we use these film classification guidelines to classify our content. So we do not just wake up and come up with any rating, but we use a tool. And apart from the guidelines, we also have regulations that we also develop to ensure that as we are regulating the industry or the creative industry, they are within a legal framework that guides on how we do the operations. So quickly to the definition of film. We have had so many issues about the definition of film, but in our act, the Film and Stage Plays Act, this is the definition that is given. Film means a cinematographic film, recorded video cassette film, recorded video disc, or any recorded audiovisual medium. So if you have any audiovisual content and you intend to distribute or exhibit it to the public, then that particular film has to be regulated at the making, at the distribution, at the exhibition level. It does not matter on which platform. For as long as it is being exhibited or distributed to the public, then it has to come to us. So any audiovisual content, for as long as it is any moving picture in motion, and that particular motion of pictures, you intend it to be distributed or exhibited to the public, then for us, it is a film, irrespective of the platform that you're going to use to distribute the content. Then section 4, this particular section, it prohibits the making of any film, whether for public exhibition or sale within or outside the country. So you have to obtain a filming license, and failure to do that, it is an offense under this particular act. Section 12, I'm just picking specific sections that are relevant to us here. Section 12 talks on the restriction of exhibition. So if you intend to distribute or exhibit or broadcast any content, you have to ensure that it has been examined by us and a certificate of approval has been issued. Redemptor, my colleague, will be taking you through that. And then we have exemptions to this particular section. So if you are making any film for purposes of educational or educational documentaries that have been approved by KICD, those who are in school, maybe by show of hands, can I see anyone who are in college here? We have any students from any institution around? None? Yeah. Oh, we have a few. So if you intend to make any film for purposes of education and in compliance with your curriculum, then you are exempted from this particular section. You don't have to bring your content for classification. And then also, if you intend that particular film for purposes of use in medical profession as well, you are exempted. Then we have section 16 on certificate of approval. So upon examination of a film, the board may approve that particular film for public exhibition, approve subject to excisions, or refuse to approve for public exhibition. So this is certificate of approval that, again, Redemptor will take us through. But again, we have the posters. I know most of you don't know this. If you use any posters or you have any posters that you're using to advertise your film that you intend to exhibit to the public, this particular poster also has to come to us for us to classify it. And we do that by either approving for public display or approve it for public display subject to deletion or alterations, or refuse to approve it for public display. And the reason why these posters come to us is that sometimes the posters can be misleading. Have you ever seen a poster? The content on the poster is not what is in the film. So we have to ensure that there is correspondence, or whatever the poster is advertising about this audiovisual content is exactly what is in the film, and it is not misleading, especially to caregivers, parents, and children. And then we have section 17, whereby we have now the ratings that I've been talking about. So our rulings, once we have examined the audiovisual, the film that you have brought it to us for us, we'll either examine it and give it a rating of either GE, that is general exhibition, unsuitable for children under the age of 10, that is, we give it the rating of PG, unsuitable for children under the age of 16, or we give it 18, which is adults only, and then we have another rating, which is restriction. I don't want to go into the details because my colleague again will give details on how we arrive at these particular ratings. Then we have appeals, and I want to believe most of you know this, that if you have any complaints with regard to maybe the filming license you have denied for one reason or another, or the rating that you have given to your particular film, you do not agree to it. Maybe that rating, according to you, you think it should be PG or GE, but you have given it maybe 16, or maybe you have restricted it, and according to you, you think this particular content, it is not for restriction. So our act provides that you can appeal to the cabinet secretary. I know most of you are looking at me like, really? But yes, that is what the Act provides. But if you, again, you are not satisfied with the decision of the Cabinet Secretary, you are free to go to court. Maybe just to mention that we are also working, we are working on our legal framework, and some of these sections will be improved so that maybe we come up with a tribunal which will be able to look into your issues and all that instead of going to the cabinet secretary and all that. But as it is currently, this is the provisions of our law as it is. And then we have section 32, which talks on the issues of penalties. If you're found liable or guilty of an offense under this particular act, then you'll be liable to a fine not exceeding 100,000 or imprisonment for a period not more than 5 years. And then in addition, the court may order the following: confiscation and destruction of the film, revoke the film license and certificate of approval. So these are some of the penalties under our law. And I'm sure most of you have been affected one way or another. We have had several cases in court, and I'm sure you have seen the rulings or the judgments that have been given with regard to any violation of our law. And that comes to the end of my presentation. It was very short. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please note that I've not started my presentation, but I'm the next presenter. My name is Alexander Marcos Masiga. I'll start from here. Which is your last film? Which is the latest Kenyan film you've watched?
Pepeta.
Which is the latest Kenyan music you listen to?
I'm not an avid listener of music.
And which is the last Kenyan film you watched?
Makosa ni yangu. Yes, by Village Production.
The last Kenyan film you watched?
Nairit. Nairit. It's a movie.
Nice. The last, I think, let's try the lady. Which is the last or the latest Kenyan movie you watched?
Mata Hatari.
By who?
Guzman Productions.
The reason I'm asking this is because there are people who know titles, but they even don't know who created the movie. We seem to only know what we've created, but let's start appreciating our own content, because you can't force our movie producers to seek for audiences outside this country. Are we not here? Don't we have eyeballs around us? So that's why I had to ask that question. Allow me to recognize the presence of Madam Lulu Hassan. I know she doesn't even want to be recognized, but it's good to recognize people who are doing good work in this industry. Lulu, if you're here, just probably you'll get your next cast and crew here. You never know. Just wave to the crowd. I'm sure most of us know what she's doing, right? So let's start appreciating our own and consume our own. That is how we'll build this industry. So my CEO preempted what I was going to discuss today. Even Lois mentioned most of it. But allow me to just skim through what I have in the slides, because most of those details are in the handbook. I hope all of us have the handbook, right? So I'll be discussing two aspects: matters filming and matters distribution and exhibition in the country. She's mentioned that Section 4 of the Films and Stage Plays Act obligates all filmmakers to acquire a filming license from the board. Please note that this should be done prior to filming. You acquire a license, and then basically what you're acquiring is an approval to go and film, and then you'll submit the same for classification. So I don't want to belabor that. But there's also the aspect of the redefinition of the role of film agents in Kenya that allowed local filmmakers to come directly to us and acquire the filming license. And that's when this particular requirement was introduced. It was easier for you to register as a local filmmaker free of charge, as opposed to being facilitated by a film agent who is in business. A film agent is a fixer. All they do is facilitate, and that is their daily job. So if they come across you, you'll have to pay for you to access our services. So you're required as a filmmaker, for you to acquire a license, you're required to obtain, to register with us. And we identify you by, first of all, ensuring that you are registered and issued with an annual certificate of registration. And who qualifies for this? We are saying we've been operating informally. How about we formalize the business by registering our businesses? The beauty with registration is that there are different kinds of business. If you're an individual, there's sole proprietorship. So you can register even a business name. And you can register or incorporate a company. That could be a limited company. So you have options. If you're an individual, please just register business name. And with that, together with a CR12, we're talking of, that is official search. We need to know the person behind the company, your KRA PIN, that is personal KRA PIN, if it's a business name that is registered. But if your company is incorporated, we'll need the company's KRA PIN certificate. A company profile, we need to know what you are doing. Yeah. So describe basically what you are doing, and there's a section where you'll also provide us with other details, which are personal identification documents. So this is a process that takes only 1 day, 1 working day upon receipt of a complete application, and the service is available online. You don't need to walk to our offices to access this service. That is how the certificate looks like. It's an annual certificate, and when you're renewing, we'll be looking at your compliance. Will you acquire licenses during, or that is filming licenses, and submitting your content for classification during the period of the validity of the certificate? Then there's the other option of a film agent. Now this particular registration gives a local company more of a dual role. First, you'll facilitate the foreigner, but you'll also be able to acquire filming licenses for yourself. So you don't need to register as a local filmmaker when you're registered as a film agent. It should take care of both. And for those in the industry, you understand that film agents are fixers. You are facilitating. You want a filming license, you get that. But they also do other things. But this particular requirement of registering as an agent, it's a global practice, but for us, we say for you to acquire a license on behalf of the foreigner, you ought to register with the board. And you'll also be ensuring compliance. You don't bring a foreigner into the country and, just acquire the license and then they violate other laws. There are other laws. My colleague, Purity from Immigration, will tell you when that person is coming in, there are things they need to have. So you ensure that the foreigner complies with all the laws. Who qualifies? Just like a local filmmaker, we're only looking at registered or incorporated entities. For registration, the requirements for a film agent are different. And it's because of the role that they play. This is a bigger or a heavy burden we are giving to an agent. The registration certificate, a CR 12 or 13, a tax compliance certificate from KRA. You must have a website, because If you don't have a website, I don't know how you intend to facilitate the foreigner. So you must have a website, a company profile. And this is where we are saying you must have at least one staff who is trained in filmmaking or aspects of filmmaking. We don't want a film agent who knows nothing about filmmaking to facilitate a filmmaker. That way, you'll inconvenience them. And of course, the copies of IDs of the directors and the key staff, the DOP producer and director are required there. And then the timelines, our services again, this is standard within 1 working day. You should be registered unless you've not met all the requirements. For this particular registration, it will cost you 12,000 shillings annually. And again, renewal of the certificate will be based on your compliance status. The services are equally accessible online via the portal indicated there, and which is also in your handbook. That is how the certificate looks. It's a certificate of registration, and you're registered as a film agent. So moving faster, we're looking at requirements for filming in Kenya. By now, we all know what the requirement is, right? What is that requirement? What do you need to film in Kenya? A filming license, right? That is what I'm going to talk about. So you must acquire a filming license from the board. And of course, the aspect of consent. There's a reason we have ODPC here. And even when it comes to the locations you're using, consent is key. You don't just get into someone's property and start filming. You'll be sued. There are specific requirements for a filming license, and we classify this. We categorize them as subject materials. For feature films, short films, TV series, web series, and docu-series, we'll need those requirements. Please refer to your handbook. For documentary, features, corporate video, music video, testimonials, travel logs, infomercials, yeah? Talk of your blog, talk of what, anything you are doing, it's audiovisual content and it's meant for the public, it will fall there. Look at these requirements, a synopsis, a screenplay, treatment, script outline, and all that. So you should always refer to your handbook. For advertisements, the reason I am having that is because we only accept treatments for adverts. In fact, for adverts, without a treatment, we'll not be able to issue the license because that is what will show us what you're going to film. How to apply is still online. You do it online. And of course, those who are using drones, my colleague from Francis will be able to talk about that. You must indicate in your application that you'll be using a drone either at daytime, at night, or both. Yeah, because he will need that referral or that confirmation to come from the board. We don't need to be writing letters. You just key in everything there. That's why you mentioned that. Same to KWS, so they'll also give you those requirements. The timelines for features, TV series, web series, and docus, we're looking at 2 working days, that is within 48 hours. And any other short production, we're doing that within 1 working day. And of course, we operate from 8 a.m. and between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. What we have there are the fees. If you look at that, we had to also introduce a formula that can guide you so that you understand how we charge these fees. For documentaries, it's 5,000. Remember, it's 5,000 plus 1,000 daily filming fees. You can see the filming fees per day. Or 15,000 plus 1,000 daily filming fees according to the subject materials. Also make reference to that. You can always refer to our website or the handbook. That is how the license looks. Allow me now to move to distribution and exhibition. She talked about Section 12 of the Films and Stage Plays Act. And anyone who is a distributor, and by the way, do we have film distributors and exhibitors in the house? Anyone selling and showing movies? Okay. So any person who sells, displays, exhibits, lets or hires any film requires a license from KFCB, and it will either be a distribution or exhibition license. Those are the kind of businesses we're looking at. If you're a distributor, video library, video shops, and the list goes on. So basically, a distributor is a person who sells, whether online or in a physical space. An exhibitor also does the same thing. You can exhibit on different platforms. That's the beauty of technology. So those who have video game consoles, virtual reality, hubs, and all that, they are part of exhibitors, because at the end of the day, you're showing content to the public. The requirements, of course, the normal requirements, these are details in the application form. You can find that in your, the only thing I need to point out is that when you're an individual, your ID should suffice, but a corporate entity should provide us with the certificate of registration and the KRA PIN, and of course the other details apply. How to apply? You still do it online. The services are available on our portal. The fees for the video game shops, video game shops, the distributors, the OTTs and VODs, 3,000 annually. There's also classification labels of at least 2,000 shillings, which are 200 of them. Because whoever comes to buy the movie must know that that movie is rated something. It's either GE, PG, or what have you. So when you're doing physical distribution, you ensure that you affix the classification labels on the DVDs you're selling. But we also know there are others who are using other modes of distribution or even online. So you need to indicate on those platforms the ratings. And then for exhibitors, cinema theaters, it's 10,000 per screen per year. That is what we're looking at. Virtual reality hubs is 10,000 per year, per premises. For video shows, PSVs is 2,000, and other exhibitions is 2,000 shillings annually. Of course, this is also offered within one working day. These are the classification labels I was talking about. Redemptor will come and discuss this further, the GEPG 16 and 18. She will tell you what they mean. What you cannot distribute is unclassified content and films restricted by KFCB. So if there's any content that is restricted by the board, you're not supposed to distribute them to the public. Of course, that's how the certificate looks like. I hope that was not boring. Redemptor, kindly take over. Thank you for listening.
I hope you're still here. So before I begin my presentation, I'll just ask the team to play a clip. Before I begin my presentation, I'll just ask them to play a clip. Just watch the clip, will be part of the presentation.
Cholesterol-free fresh fry from Kwani. A very light-tasting, 100% pure, triple refined vegetable oil. To bring out food's natural taste. Fresh fry. Because life is full of flavor.
Yeah, so keep that in mind when I'm doing my presentation. So I'm just going to do a presentation on classification, and I thought instead of just talking, I show you how it is done, and so you appreciate the logic, you appreciate the thinking, you appreciate the process that goes into classification. So, film classification is the process of reviewing a film to make a determination to either allow the film to be publicly distributed, restrict it for certain ages, or prohibit it for public distribution and exhibition altogether. So, this advert that you just watched, it came out around 2016 there. It was on our mainstream TV. And then it was never, at first it was never submitted for classification, and it had a lot. We received a lot of complaints from the public saying that that advert was not appropriate for the time that it was being shown. It was coming between 7 o'clock during the 7 o'clock news. So who can guess why would people be objected to such an advert coming? Yes.
So, greetings everyone. My name is Charles Mwaka, and I'm creative in adverts. So, this is my view. So, naweza ongea Kiswahili. The advert, I think hatuna watoto hapa. I can give it, naweza eliminate ile kitu ingefit the advert. We can remove the fresh fry, then we replace it with a protection. It will be fit. That's my thoughts.
Okay, another person? One more person?
Hi everyone, my name is Happy. I'm from Filamujani Foundation. We train film. I think why it did not fit the time frame was it has a lot of sexual connotation, and considering our children are watching at that time, I would also not be comfortable having my child watch that.
Yeah, so those are the main issues that we had. Those are the complaints that we are receiving from the board, because people are wondering, are they advertising a cooking oil or they are advertising condom, as my colleague, my friend there has said. So those are the issue we grapple with when it comes to classification of content. Classification of content does not happen in a vacuum, it happens in a context. And for us as a board, when you're applying classification to the content that we receive, we must look at the context in which it is happening. So just by looking at that advert, you don't need to be told that that advert is inappropriate by the board. The public themselves understand, and they know. Most of us understand and know what is appropriate or not inappropriate. But the makers of the advertisement still went ahead, created the advertisement, took it out to the public, and we had to write letters to the TV station, tell them to bring it down until it receives appropriate classification. So why do we submit content for classification? To determine age appropriateness of the film. So as you look at that advert, it was never submitted for classification. So there was no any rating. So anyone who was given on the television, they just put it out there without considering the appropriateness of age, and also to empower consumer to make informed choices. Since the advert was not classified, as a consumer, you only sat down, it came, and you had no power. It was just there. So if it had been rated and it was rated 18, you could have decided to switch off the TV or to move on to something else, so that if you're with your children there, they don't get to watch that content. But if it is not rated, you are not able to make that informed decision. You're not able to decide. So we give rating to the content, so that as a consumer you can decide. So if I tell you a movie is rated PG, then you're able to decide, should I allow my children to watch or should I not allow them to watch? And also to reach wider audience. Since this advert was not classified, it was there on TV for a few weeks, but then they had to bring it down. But then, so you get into trouble with the platforms that wants to wants to showcase your content. So a platform like Netflix, a platform like Showmax, they'll not get your content unless it is rated. If you go to Safaricom base, they'll ask you what is the rating. If you take your content to cinema, they'll want to know what is the rating of that content. So when you're doing classification, we have what is called classification guidelines, what Lois was talking about, some of the regulations that the board has come up with. So that classification is not guided by emotions, is not guided by subjectivity, but there's there's objectivity when applying classification. So when I'm sitting down and reviewing content, I'm not relying on my own biases, where I come from, what I know, my ideologies, but I'm guided by certain guidelines. And Lois talked about Article 24 of the Constitution. Article 24 of the Constitution basically restricts your right of expression, but then it has to meet certain parameters. So when you're coming up with the guidelines, also looking at what Article 24 says about restricting people's right to of expression. So that's why we have these guidelines, and these guidelines are developed with the stakeholders. So we'll go around, we'll bring everyone, we'll bring in the parents, we'll bring in the content creators, we'll bring in the exhibitors, the media, and ask them, these are the guidelines that we've come up with. What do you think? Are they sufficing for us? Are they good for us? Remember, when it comes to classification, there's no universal classification. Each and every country have their own classification. Some people will go and buy, you'll go outside and come with a movie. It's rated PG-13 in the US. But when it comes here in the country, it's not PG-13 here. Probably 16 or it is 18, because we are operating in different contexts. Our cultures are not the same. Our values are not the same. What we consider good is not the same. So we have to have a guidelines that speaks to the people of Kenya. We talk about Article 11 of the Constitution. What does it represent for us as a nation? So when we are coming up with the classification guidelines, these are the things we look for. There are 6 thematic areas. We have violence and crime, sex and nudity and obscenity. So when you present your content to the board, we'll sit down, and as you're watching, we are looking out for this. These are not exhaustive, but these are the main thematic areas. So are there violence and crime, sex and nudity and obscenity, alcohol, drugs, and other harmful substances, horror and occult, religion and community, propaganda for war, incitement to violence, and hate speech. So from the advert you've viewed, which thematic area will this advert fall in? So you're talking about sex, nudity, and obscenity. So this is the main thematic area. Though the advertisers were advertising cooking oil, but then the advertisement, their thematic area focused on that area. So under the thematic area, there's what we call classifiable elements. So you start from the bigger picture as you move to the details. So under violence and crime, these are not exhaustive, but just you are looking for violent behavior, fighting and combat techniques, emotional and verbal abuse, dangerous and imitable behavior, gender-based violence, gun violence. For some of us, how many of us have watched Fast and Furious? It was a very popular franchise of film, Fast and Furious. Yeah, most of us have watched Fast and Furious. But when you look at Fast and Furious, it has that the element of violence and crime, but then there's also this imitable behavior, the way they drive the car. The way it's a behavior that can be imitated, dangerous and imitable behavior. The way they are driving the car, they are jumping and everything. So that are the things we look at when you're looking at when you're viewing we are reviewing the film. And then under sex and obscenity, those are there. Depiction of human and animal genitalia, explicit sexual acts. If you've watched Grace, what is that? The 50 Shades of Grey. If you watch 50 Shades of Grey, you'll find explicit sexual acts, sexual offensive behavior, vulgar language and indecent behavior, sexual innuendos, depiction of physical affection. So from the adverts that we've watched, there's no sex act happening, there's no explicit sex act happening, but there were innuendos, there were connotation, there was implication. So you watch that advert and you know after they're done eating, it is going down. So the next thing is alcohol, drugs, and other harmful substances, and this is very important when you're looking into the film. So film as a representative of culture, film is a tool to educate, is a tool to inform, and also to influence. So when you're looking at the way drugs, we are looking at the way drugs and other harmful substances are being depicted in the film. There used to be a very popular advert of an alcohol. I don't remember the alcohol, but there's this guy. He was running, he was jumping. He's showing will take this alcohol and then he will show this prowess. He was very after taking the alcohol, which we know it is not true in reality. So for you and me as an adult, we understand that is not true. But for a 6-year-old, for a 10-year-old, can they conceptualize that? Can they come to that reality? So, and then also we have other laws that govern advertisement of alcohol and drugs, and that is alcoholic drinks of 2010, whereby it is illegal to use celebrities or influential people to advertise alcohol, so that we do not tell our youth, or we do not influence our youth to relate influence, fame and power with alcohol. So another classifiable is horror and occult. So you have the depiction of magic, supernatural forces, religious rituals and exorcism, paranormal, mysterious events, or human animal sacrifice. So under this, we just look at that. We live in a superstitious society. We have our own beliefs, we have our own system, we have our own religions. And this also plays into the films and the content that we create. You're not saying you cannot create film with such elements, but we want to see how is it presented. So for example, into 2010, the board restricted a film. When I say restricted, you're basically say banned. The board restricted a film by the name Otto the Bloodbath. Otto the Bloodbath was produced by a Greek national who was living in Kenya at that time, and with other Kenyans. But it could not show because it was during the time of Mungiki. So in the film, there was human sacrifice, there was killing, there were rituals, and the board at that time felt that it was not good to bring such a film. It was basically reinforcing what Mungiki was doing at that time. So that movie could not be distributed or exhibited in the country at that time. But again, our guidelines, we review our guidelines after every 5 years. So 2010 and 2024, Kenya in 2010 and Kenya in 2024 is a very different country. So probably if you are to review our guidelines, if that movie were to be presented to the board for classification, based on the revision of the guidelines, we can see if that movie will still be restricted. And then the last is propaganda for war, hate speech, or incitement to violence. And this basically comes from Article 33 of the Constitution. It says that you have the right to express, artistic right to express yourself in art and science and all that. But then there's a caveat. You cannot, the freedom of expression does not extend to propaganda for war, does not extend to hate speech or incitement to violence. And fortunately, we rarely receive such films in the country. And how we define hate speech, how we define propaganda for war, it's as it's defined in National Cohesion and Integration Act of 2018, Section 13. So we have religion and community. Also, this is a very dicey area when it comes to classification, because we live in a pluralistic society. We have people of different religion, but then we still need to coexist in the same space. And for us, coexisting in the same space, when it comes to a film, we need to make sure that we do not step in other people's toes. So you have to be respectful of other people's religion, their symbols, and their beliefs. So apart from the thematic areas, so we'll not just sit down and look at the thematic areas and say, there was violence, let's give him 18. No, there's a context. In what context is this thing presented in? So for example, the advert that we've just seen, it was an advert advertising a cooking oil. But then the connotation and the innuendos, there's a lot of sexual connotation and innuendos in it. Then you have to look at the context. In what context is this thing presented? So if it is a cooking oil and sex, there's some disconnect there. So for if it was just a normal cooking oil, probably it will be given a GE rating because it's cooking oil, everybody uses it. But then when it comes to sex, we do not expect children to be engaged in sex. We want to delay that experience as long as possible, and we do not want them to be exposed prematurely to it. So probably we'll give that advert an 18 rating, because of the context. Another thing that we consider while classifying is the intensity. How intense are the elements presented in the film? For those who are filmmakers, you have a way of bringing tone and mood and intensity in your film. You'll either use sound effects, you'll either use the shots. So for example, I'm talking about a film with violence. If I push you, that's a form of violence. If I shove you, that's a form of violence. If I shot you, that's a form of violence. If I slit your throat, that's a form of violence. But the intensity is different. So that's what we'll consider as when we are classifying a film. So we look at the intensity or degree in which a theme classifier element is presented in a film. So how are they presented? So a film with those people shoving and pushing probably get an RPG rating, depending with the context also. But a film where people are being slit, throats are being slit, that film definitely have an 18 rating because of the intensity. And then also the frequency. How many times does the element appear? If it's a violence movie, how many times did I see a shooting scene? How many times did I see people fighting? If it's a film that has an element of alcohol, how many times did I see the scenes of alcohol? How many times did I see drunkard people in that film? And then another thing is tone and mood. This is the atmosphere. You see, the film does not only appeal. Good filmmakers will not only appeal to your mind, they will appeal to your emotions. They'll appeal to your feelings, how you'll feel. So sometimes you go to a movie theater, you get out feeling dejected, you're feeling depressed because the film was a bit depressive. For those who have watched Sarafina, the apartheid in South Africa, so the film will leave you a little bit dejected. If you've watched, there's some film that will make you feel exhilarated. For example, the Transformers. Who have watched Transformers? Yes. So you leave the theater feeling exhilarated, and that is achieved by the tone and the mood of the film. But for us as a board, we are concerned if this were to be presented to a child, will a child be able to process such emotions? So for me, the first time I watched Sarafina, I was very young. I could not. We watched it when you were in primary school. Now that I work for the board, I will not advise that film be presented to people under the age of 16, because at that age you're not able to process. But now, as an adult, you have a context, you have the history, you have what happened in South Africa and how far they have come. Now you can process such emotions. Another thing is, so all this is impact. How it considers the treatment of individual classifier element and how it might affect the audience emotions and perception. So for example, after watching this advert, how did you feel? Anyone? I think it was very short, and advertisement are, when it comes to emotions and perception, advertisers are not interested in your intellect. They're not interested in your reasoning. They are interested in your feelings and your perception. Because when they affect your feelings, when they affect your emotions, then you'll be able to spend. You'll be able to go back to your pocket and spend on that product. So we, as a board, we are not really worried about adults. We know adults can process feelings. We are not policing adults on how to consume content, but we are really concerned about children. After exposing kids to this, how will they feel? For example, if I take a horror movie with Halloween all elements in it, and I show it to a child under the age of 10, that child may not be able to sleep that night. But for the adult, you'll be able, because you can process emotions. So those are the factors we consider when we are applying classification to films. So after rating, these are the ratings that we have. We have a GE rating, which basically means it's suitable for everyone. Everyone can watch. Parental guidance, this is PG-10. We have in this country we have PG-10. It says that it may be unsuitable for children under the age of 10. But this is the board giving you advice as a parent so that you can make that decision whether to expose your child to that or not. And then you have the 16 rating. This is legally restrictive. Legally restrictive means if you have a premises or you have a place you're showing this and under 16 are found in that premises, then you'll be held liable. So people under the age of 16 should not be doing that. And then also 18 is legally restrictive, is only for adults. Then when you say restricted, we are basically saying the movie is restricted. And I want to say that before we restrict a film, it's a process that we do very diligently. We are cognizant that by restricting, we are restricting one of your fundamental freedoms of expression, and it's not something that is done lightly. For example, in the financial year 2022-2024, the board received 1,030 applications for classification, which were classified. Out of all those applications, only 2 films were restricted, and they're not even Kenyan films. These were films from India. So after we have classification of film, we also have classification of posters. So we classify posters that are related to films. So we know posters and trailers are used to advertise the films. So posters are classified as approved for public exhibition or not approved for public exhibition. And then how to apply for classification? You visit our portal. Everything is done online. Just visit our TMS at kfcb.go.ke, create an account, and complete the application process. Charges, it is 100 shillings per minute, though we have reviewed these charges so that we have a difference between local and international films. The process of regulation is still going on. Posters, posters and trailers are 1,000 shillings, and advertisement also are 1,000 shillings. Thank you.
Tumpe makofi tena. Now, I'll request that the team can project the QR code again. I think we are a bit slow in terms of giving feedback. We only have 11 responses. I request that we go ahead and respond. This feedback that you give us inform policy direction. So for us to be able to come up with policies that are friendly to the industry and are addressing the needs of the industry, you have to give us that feedback. So take your time, scan that QR code, and give feedback. Thank you for that. Now, we're moving to the next presenter. This gentleman is from Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, Mr. Francis Kigen. He's a captain, a pilot by training, an air traffic controller, and head of UAS. UAS, the Unmanned Aircraft Systems. A man of high portfolio. Please, karibu sana. Makofi kwake tafadhali.
Thank you very much. As I've been introduced, my name is Francis from Kenya Civil Aviation Authority. Maybe I'll start by requesting you people. How many of you, by show of hands, know that we have a US regulations in Kenya? Just by show of hands. Drone regulations. How many of you are aware? By just show of hands. Very good. How many of you are trained remote pilot license holders? If you have an RPL, please, by show of hands. Nobody. Thank you. Today is a very important day for us as Kenya Civil Aviation Authority. We have taken time to interact with our customers, which are you. Our main objective as authority is to facilitate, especially you content creators, if you want to use a drone. The drone regulations were drafted with three main elements in it. One is security, the other one is safety, and the other one is privacy. That's why you find our regulations to be a bit strict. But if you are determined that you want to use a drone, it's usually something that you can achieve. However, it takes time, but it is something that you can always achieve. What is the mandate of Kenya Civil Aviation Authority? Is to regulate and oversight aviation safety and security. Somebody will ask, why a drone? A drone is flying in an airspace. An airspace is from ground to infinity. At MACU, the airspace is highly regulated. In that airspace, we have what we call manned aircraft, the normal aircraft that you see flying. That is the reason why we usually have to regulate the airspace. Ask yourself, do you want to meet with a drone when you are flying from here to Mombasa? And when you are flying, let's say you see through your window, you see a drone flying with nobody who is controlling. How do you feel? You'll feel your safety has been infringed. Let's say you are at your homestead and a drone comes over, take your pictures and disappear. What will you be thinking of? Somebody is targeting you, somebody is looking for information about you, somebody is being mischievous. So these are the reasons why we have to regulate the industry. So we also do licensing and of air services. We regulate all aircraft within the country, both which are coming locally and even those who are from outside the country. We do certification, air operators. We approve all the operation of aircrafts in Kenya. When I say aircraft, is a plane in normal language. And then we provide air service, what we call ANSP, Air Navigation Service Provision. What does this mean? We control the Kenyan airspace. Anybody flying within the Kenyan airspace is the mandate of Kenya Civil Aviation Authority. Some people might ask, what is the difference between Kenya Civil Aviation Authority and Kenya Airports Authority? I know you are aware of Adani deal. Let's leave that one. Kenya Civil Aviation Authority is like the regulatory body of aviation in the country, guided by International Civil Aviation Organization rules and requirements. While Kenya Airports Authority are the ones who owns the airport, they construct the runway, they provide security within the airport with other multi-agencies. However, they don't use the runway. The runway is used by Kenya Civil Aviation Authority. The mandate of Kenya Civil Aviation Authority starts when an aircraft is taxiing, enters the runway, takes off, and the Kenyan airspace. So that is simply the difference. And then the mandate of Kenya Airports Authority also is they are the ones who are who manages what we call airstrips, private, even mostly the airstrips. However, Kenya Civil Aviation Authority approves and licenses those airstrips. So those are some of the differences that comes in when you say Kenya Airports Authority, Kenya Civil Aviation Authority. So we comes to drone regulations. Drone regulations were approved in March 2020. We are now close to 3.5 years, almost clocking 4 years. So the industry has grown. We have approved almost 25 or more what we call commercial operators who wants to do drone operation. We have approved a number of training organizations. We have also approved what we call reseller distributor for anyone who wants to sell drones. So the process of drones acquisition in Kenya starts from what we call importation. And this importation attracts what we call a vetting process. Why do we want to vet people before they start using drones? It's because the main reason is security. This equipment can be misused. That's why by the time you are given mandate to use a drone, you should have undergone vetting process. And when you want to bring a drone into the country, you do what we call an import application. This import application is an online process. However, this process is connected to Ministry of Defense and other agencies who will do the vetting process. That's why sometimes it takes, we say, a minimum of 1 month because of the vetting process. Some of this process, as the authority, we don't have full control over it. Because once we send an application for vetting, the only thing we do is wait for a response from the vetting team. So these are the requirements for importations. Very simple. You create an account. That account is activated. And in the account, you have to attach these requirements: a valid tax compliance from Kenya Revenue Authority, KRA PIN, ID or passport, valid police clearance, not older than 12 months. These are the documents that will be used for vetting. Somebody will ask, why tax compliance? They want to know whether you are paying your tax. Why KRA PIN? These are comparison. ID or passport, these are for background checks. And valid police to ensure that you don't have any criminal activity. These are the requirements if you want to own a drone, and if you're a company certificate of registration, tax compliance, CR12, valid police clearance of management personnel in the CR12. These are also to be able to vet you within the members of the management personnel in the company. Especially, we might not require all the members. Some members might be foreigners, but only those who are able to provide valid police clearance, and the people will be directly involved in the drones work. Once you have been vetted for importation, that is when you can go ahead, import your drone. Once you import your drone, we'll also request you that you inform us on the date and point of entry. This is very important. What you have applied to bring into the country, we have to confirm that actually that is what you brought. You can bring something else. So we have to go at the point of entry. Most of the time is at the airport or at the port or any point, even road, Namanga, anywhere. We usually go there and do what we call physical verification. And we confirm that the make, the model, the serial number that you have actually applied for is the one that you have brought. That is a very important process. That's why most of you, I know there could be one or two people here who have decided to bring a drone. At the end, it ends up being confiscated at the airport. You ask yourself why, and they will ask you, go to KCA and get a permit. You have just had that permit is not something you come and say, I'll give you a permit. You have to go through a vetting process, which takes a minimum of 1 month. So operations of drones. Once the drone has been registered, one is required to acquire daily operation authorization to fly a drone for the use. Once you have imported your drone, you have registered your drone. The registration needs to be displayed on your drone. To be physical, somebody should be able to read, and always should start with 5Y. If it doesn't start with 5Y, then there's something wrong. So for Kenyan registration is 5Y. Uganda, you have seen like the aircraft start with 5X. For Rwanda is 9R. Tanzania 5H. So those are numbers or letters that are issued by International Civil Aviation Authority for what we call a state recognition. So before you operate that drone, even the ones that are doing weddings in the villages, all this, they need to comply with this. So you need to register. Before you operate that drone, you have to apply to what we call daily operation authorization. Daily operation authorization means that your drone is registered. The person flying should have been trained and should have what we call an RPL or a certificate. Your drone should have at least third-party insurance cover. At least third-party insurance cover. And what you call a letter of no objection. So you have to have a letter of no objection from where you are going to fly. Like today, if we were to fly in this hotel, then we'll be required, before KCA approve that operation for drone use in this hotel has to write to us and concur that we have allowed this operator or this individual to fly a drone in our premise for this purpose. And if it is going to do with filming, we also need a consent from Kenya Film Classification Board that we have approved this film to be done. So those are very important things that you need to consider. So these are just requirements for commercial drones operation and local operation. One of the other things you should understand is that currently we don't allow tourists to come into the country and operate drones for private or recreational purpose. I hope it is clear. The only way an operator from outside can come into the country and operate a drone is going through what we call an approved commercial operator. These are remote aircraft operator certificate holders. I wanted to simplify that. A remote aircraft operator certificate holder is an example of, let's say, a matatu sacco. NTSA approves a matatu sacco. If you want to operate in that route, if you buy your car, you take it to that sacco, they put it under that sacco, and then you're able to operate. For this now, if you're a foreigner and you want to come and operate, and it's only open for two, for research purposes and for commercial purposes. And the intention for this was that we wanted to protect the local industry, whereby you don't just come in with your drone and come and fly because of security issues and safety issues, and you don't understand the airspace very well. So we want a company that will take over that responsibility by ensuring that even if we as KCA, we are not present there, they're able to comply with rules that we approve that commercial operator. So if like film agents or those companies who would like to come into the country to do filming, and part of it is the use of a drone, then they have to get a commercial operator who will facilitate the process. We have what we call temporary import permit, which is valid for a maximum of 60 days. So you can ride on that. They'll apply for you the temporary permit. You bring the drone into the country. Within a maximum of 60 days, that drone should leave the country. If by any chance you are a tourist, you come in with your drone without any paperwork, then what will happen is that you leave your drone at the airport, you'll be given a Form 89, and then you'll do your things in the country, and when you go back, you'll pick your drone and go with it. Those are, however, I know it looks very punitive, especially for those people who would like to come, especially for tourists to visit our country. But all this was considered because of security reasons. But in future, once we have systems that will be able to monitor the operations of this drone, it might be decided that that window might be reviewed, that even if you're a tourist, there will be certain requirements you can come into the country and use your drone. So I'll not dwell so much about this. This is just the requirements for drone operation. Requirement for recreational, a drone that is registered. First thing, all the drones that is supposed to fly in the country must be registered. Must have a third-party insurance cover. The person flying must have a remote pilot license or a certificate. And before you fly, you must get what you call daily operation authorization for the location that you are going to operate. Requirement I've said briefly about the foreigners must be facilitated by a commercial operator. A drone must be registered or internationally, meaning that that drone also needs to be registered at where it is coming from. So that's it to do with the drones. I know you might have a lot of questions, which is okay, no problem. So please go home with about 4 requirements. When you see somebody flying a drone, ask them, is it registered with KCA? If you are the one, I know among you, there's some people with drones. Our responsibility as KCA is not to arrest you. Our responsibility is to facilitate you to comply with the law. However, if you choose to operate outside the law, there's also the laws that always cover that. So you'll be operating illegally, and there's laws that governs that. However, we don't want you to go that side. because these laws are extremely punitive. They are extremely punitive. If today you are arrested, you don't have an import permit, you don't have registration, you don't have insurance, you don't have an RPL, the charges will be between 6 million to 12 million, 6 years to 12 years, or both. So there is no need. I usually tell people, if you have a drone and you have not complied, please leave your drone at home. Don't fly it. That's my advice. Tomorrow, I don't want to be your witness because KCA will be your witness. The DCR or the police will write us a letter. Was the drone registered? Did they have an insurance cover? Was the pilot? And we'll say, no, 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 no. What do you think will happen? I've seen people who have been arrested. I don't like it. I've seen cases go for 2 years, 3 years. Some are still ongoing. Please don't be part of it. KC is ready to facilitate you with all the requirements that is required for you to operate a drone. We are more than willing. We are more than willing to facilitate you for that. We don't want you to go to the court. I hope it is clear. Please reserve your questions. In the next session, we'll be there to answer your question. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Kindly note that there will be a question and answer session after the presentations. And before we proceed to the next one, I would like to invite our hype man to come and do his magic for a few minutes so that people cannot yawn. There'll be a very good meal after that, don't worry. But the hype man will keep you sharp.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Umechoka ama bado? Uliza jirani, umechoka ama bado tunaendelea? Haya, ukishamuuliza hebu tusimame kidogo. Tusimame kidogo tena tu stretch. We stretch. Stretch. Kuna wengine nilikuwa naona wanaanza kudizi, inaitwa kudizi, kulala. Haya, simama, kila mtu tusimame. Haya, stretch. DJ uko ready? Nataka tupatie mziki tena tu dance kidogo, alafu ndio turudi for the next session. Sawa DJ? Tunataka tu dance kidogo, si ndio? Tu stretch. Chai isikae sana kwa tumbo na mandazi. Digest. Sawa. Haya, DJ bado anaangalia pale setup. Ama mtu amekanyaga waya. Salimia jirani yako, mwambie tena uko tayari. Uliza jirani uko tayari. Alafu unaweza ongeza tena you look amazing. There's another new term. Unamwambia you look bonito. Ambia jirani you look bonito. You look panache. Hii inaonyesha uko fresh. DJ uko ready? Haya, ndio hiyo tupatie sasa. Si ucheki. Bas. Nasikia bass mahali. Haya, tukanyage tena. Tukanyage. Tunaanza na chini foundation. Kanyaga. Acha kusicheke bwana, kanyaga. Kanyaga kila mtu. Kanyaga. Twende. East side. East side. East side. East side. Twende. Kila mtu. Kila mtu. Twende pale nyuma. Pale nyuma. Aya, nataka tusalimie watu watuoni. Twende. Salimiana. Twende. Twende. Aya, nataka tuchukue chini alafu tunapeleka juu, sawa? Twende hivi. Twende chini. Weka juu. Twende. The other side. Twende. Tunarudi nyuma. Mbele. Nyuma. Mbele. Nyuma. Mbele. Nyuma. Atuenganyage sideways. 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 Kanyaga sideways. Hey. Twende hivi. Twende. 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 Na unazunguka. Zunguka. 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 Zunguka tena. Twende. Twende. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Put your hands together. Put your hands together.
Let's put our hands together for our DJ. Just before we move on to the next stage, for 2 minutes, I want to invite Martin Oila. As I told you, Martin is a creative, a big one. He's also president of the youth somewhere. And then he is also the lead of Washindi Usani, the team that carries all these good people. Let's give it up for him. Martin, your 2 minutes have begun. Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
President, I call him president.
Thank you so much. God is good.
All the time.
And all the time. I'll really be quick. My name is Martin Owilo Mondi. I play sports for KCB Rugby Club. And also, I love acting in church most of the time as part of ministry. And I do career talks and mentorship in school. So I use most of your content to teach the children. And so that is why I'm basically here to learn just how I can go about this. Is that okay? I'll just do a very small activity that most of us have done before, and then we shall be done. Is that okay? Let's be on our feet once again. Ensure there is a neighbor to your right and to the left. A neighbor to the right and to the left. Yes, yes. Yeah, give them a high five. Give them a high five. Okay. Thank you so much. So the activity is what we call the 1, 2, 3 game of mentorship. And I know some of you have done it. I just want to know how sharp you are and how creative can you be. Is that okay? So if I say one, you put your left hand like this. One, you are left. Surely. Left. How many left do you have? Yeah, you are left hand like this. Yeah, thank you so much. And then when I say right, those who have done it, what do? Thank you. Put it on top of your neighbor's left hand. I know English ulipata C, wengine tulipata B, wengine A. So this is your left hand. Thank you. So you're supposed to be like this, gentleman. Put your on top of the other neighbor. So everyone, we are like this. Good job. Yes, sir. Thank you. Mwingine. You are, thank you. Thank you so much. God bless you. And the DJ, be ready. Please make sure ujashikwa. When I say 3, you'll grab that finger. You'll do what? Yeah, you grab the finger. Make sure you are not grabbed. All those who will be grabbed, you are coming here to dance with me. as we end our 2 minutes. Tuko sawa? Can we start? Okay, attention. Attention. You have already grabbed someone's thing. Attention. Attention. At ease. Okay, can we start? Okay, 1. This is 1. Good job. 2. Okay, 2.5. 2.5. Don't be so. Okay, 3. Oh, okay, wait. Now, one thing I forgot to say in sports, sometimes when we charge ourselves, when I say uo, you say uo. 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 Okay, we do it one more last time. Make sure you are honest with yourself. Tap your chest, say, I will be honest. Thank you. When you are grabbed, make sure you come here. Asita kutafuta. And we have cameras all over. So evidence, some of you are going to see on the screen. So when you're grabbed, you just come. Is that okay? Okay, now this time round, I'll tell it as a story. Anywhere I say 1, 2, 3, you do the action. Once, first floor, second, third, anything to do with once. Is that okay? We start. Once upon a time. Very sharp. Once upon a. Yeah, the month is December. We have been invited for this great event as creators, as film, as sports people. We are going all the way to South Sea. All the way to. Yeah, so I decided to take an Uber, and in the Uber is just the Uber driver and myself. We are 2 of us. We come all the way to which venue? The Edge Convention Center. The Edge Convention Center. As I reach the gate, I find these 2 gentlemen on the gate. I find these 2, and then there's also a lady with them. There's also a lady. Yeah, so they usher me in. I come all the way to the event. We are doing the event. MC Exodus is doing his thing. We have different people, Akina Kish, the poet, are doing their thing. And then Nelly tells us that she's going to bring the guest of. So they walk out, the 2 of them. They walk out there. But as they come back, I realize there are actually 4. They're actually 4, but out of the 4, there's only 1 gentleman and 3 ladies coming with. My friend, just come. Where hata nimekuona kwa. Kama umeshikwa, just come here. Come here, we finish. Just come. Just come. DJ, get set. Kama umeshikwa, kuja. Kama umeshikwa, just come. Hey, my ADMC. Kish, after doing some good poetry here. If there's no lady here, then there's no one who is honest. We'll just go and say it. You can't say all the gentlemen wameshikwa. Tunashikwa vitu mingi, hatuwezi kuwa tunashikwa. Okay, nyie mjashika mtu. DJ, what do we do with these people? Aya, wagote, nimesikia wagote. Ama mnaonaje? We can decide to tuanguke na ama we do push-ups. Ama mu decide. Waanguke na ama press-ups? Press-ups ngapi? 50. Jesus. Muko sana press-ups. Ama leo tuwasamee. Wamesema waanguke nao. DJ, unaanguka ukiendanga, si ndio? MC utabaki na wewe ndio nikimaliza na kupea mic. DJ? DJ ako set. Tuende basi. No, style wanatupea, munatupea. Siko sawa? Haya. Ndio hiyo basi. Tuanze na mheshimiwa. Style unatupea ndio tunafanya.
Shaskia kikingia ni kuplus huko ngabado na chukua madam so anguka nao itabaki meflow
hapo sawa.
Anguka nao koko
next ukiendanga
hadi late night sasi nikupin location and kofana na hii sukate call niko chomba ya G mimi najua
hapo sawa. Next
acha nikushow
Kiss the poet
shika mpoa na twende chini kwa chini akiwa hadi na mimi sasa tunasikiza Shin City tuna feel free take a
hapo sawa
pale NGC jina ni Cantel Kurapsi ni talent G anguka nao anguka nao twende down low now stand up to your feet mikono juu alafu click tuliza pesa alafu
haya ngo usianguke na kichwa we need you save
anguka nao anguka nayo. Anguka nayo.
Aha.
Ati anguka nayo kama uko na new cut. Anguka nayo kona pati na magwash.
Thank you so much. Let's clap for them. Let's clap for them. Please, you may be seated. So as I told you, I'm into career and mentorship talks with the young people, young children. I just like to finish with what we've done in our field of creative and arts. So number one, please, as we go on, learn to pay attention to details. Learn to pay attention to your giftings, your talents. Have knowledge of, your area of calling. Is that okay? And then number two, maze tujipange. Number two, tujipange. Position yourself well. Position yourself well. Get the registration that is needed. Get the documents that is needed. Get everything that is in place. Ndio tusishikwe hapo nje for no reason. So position yourself well so that you can be able to continue to impact. Remember your heart, your voice, and your impact. And then number three, learn to seize opportunities. Is that okay? Number three, learn to seize opportunities. When it appears, maze, grab it. Venye tumefanya leo hivi, there was something for us and we decided to come and grab the opportunity. Thank you so much. God bless you. See you next time. Can we say this? I love this. Your art, your voice, your impact. Let's go. Let's go. Now say to yourself, my art, my voice, my impact. Asante sana.
Tumpe makofi tena. That has been quite a session. Now, before we proceed to the next presentation, kindly know that if there is anyone with maybe hearing disabilities, we have sign language interpreters here. So the person can move forward and also be able to enjoy what everyone is consuming. The next presenter is from the Immigration Department. She's Miss Purity Guantai. With over 16 years of experience, she's the Principal Immigration Officer and Head of Student Passes and Internships. Now, as you heard from the presenter from Kenya Film Classification Board, the agents facilitate foreign filmmakers coming to the country to film. And for them to get those passes, they have to also go through the immigration. Now, that is where Madam Purity comes in. Let's welcome her as she does her presentation. Makofi kwa
Good afternoon, everyone. So, as introduced, my name is Purity Guantai. I'll take us through the mandate of the Directorate of Immigration. We operate under the law, and one of our legal framework, or where we draw our mandate from, is the Constitution of Kenya 2010. We also have the KCIA 2011, or Kenya Citizenship and Immigration Act. We also have the Kenya Citizenship and Immigration Regulations of 2012. We have the Kenya Citizens and Foreign Nationals Management Service Act 2011. We also have international legal instruments. Those help us to deal with diplomats or envoys who are sent to our country. So we have the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations of 1961 that deals with exemptions. Diplomats are normally exempted from a number of items because they, maybe like paying of fees, because they have the diplomatic immunity. We have Vienna Convention on Consular Relations of 1963. We also have the 1951 Geneva Convention on the Status of Refugees and the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The functions of the Directorate, of course, The obvious ones that is known to all of us, like I earlier mentioned when I was introducing myself, is the issuing of passports and other travel documents. Not just passports, you also have other travel documents include something like the emergency travel document, which is issued to you as a Kenyan if you are abroad and you lose your passport. You also have something like a temporary permit, which is used for travel around East Africa and South Sudan. We also have you have another travel document known as the what? I'll get the name later. The one that is given to foreigners who are staying in the country, but they have status, like work permit. Yes. The regulating entry, we also regulate entry and exit from Kenya. That is from all ports, gazetted ports of entry. All right? We have borders and airports. We also have seaports. Then we manage foreign nationals. Those are foreigners who are in the country. They have to be here within the law. We make sure that they don't break the law. Then there is a registration of also registration of of Kenyan citizenship. We give or we register Kenyan foreigners who have been here for some time. You are either registered as a lawful resident or a spouse of a Kenyan. Work permits, work permits, which is where I'm going to base most of my talk on. Work permits are issued to foreigners who come to the country. And on this specific point of KFCB or filming industry, you can either, there's a long list of classes of permits, but those who are coming here to film are likely to get their work permit as Class D or Class G. Class A is mining, B is for agriculture and animal husbandry. You have prescribed professions like the dentists, lawyers, engineers. Then D and G is where most of those who are in the filming industry are likely to fall. There is F for manufacturing, Class I is for missionaries and charitable activities. There is Class K for residents, which means you stay in the country lawfully, you don't work, but you spend your money here under the law. You're allowed to just come and stay here. Then Class M is for refugees. Requirements for work permit. You have duly filled Form 25. Duly filled means it has to be completely filled, detailed. There should not be anything missing. Otherwise, you're likely to be disqualified, or your application is not going to go through, or it will not even kick off. Detailed cover letter, again, it has to be detailed and addressed to the Director General of Immigration Services, not to whom it may concern. It has to be that detailed and specific. The national passport has to be valid for not less than 6 months. 2 recent colored passport size photos, which at the moment, because we do it online, it has to be scanned and it has to be scanned on the form. Then we have academic and professional certificates. That's for Class D. That is the special requirement for Class D. Class D is for employment. So you have to have academic qualifications that match with the work that you're coming to do in Kenya. Then there is $100,000 as proof of capital for Class D. That is for those who are coming to do investment. CR12 also is for Class G specifically. Then we need employer's tax compliance certificate. That is for the first time applicants, no, for the employer. Because when you come into the country, you may not have the tax you are actually not supposed to have one because you've not been staying in the country. But for your employer, they must have a TCC, as we normally call it. And then the employer's PIN, you are also required to have a PIN certificate as a worker or someone who is coming to seek employment. Then there's an unrefundable processing fee of 20,000 shillings. Okay, whether your permit, when you apply for a permit, you expect two outcomes. It is not your entitlement as a foreigner. You can either have an approval or a rejection. Okay, so non-refundable processing fee of 20,000 shillings, whether you get the permit or not. A clearance letter from the KFCB. So if you're coming to the country to shoot movies or those documentaries, you must have clearance from KFCB. And then once the permit is approved, if it's for 2 years, you pay 1,000,000 shillings. Or if it's for 1 year, it's 500,000 shillings. It's important to note that permits can be renewed for 2 years. This is specifically for Class D and G. Actually, for Class D, it has to be for 2 years because you can't come to invest for 1 year. So for Class D, it's strictly 2 years. You don't give 1 year for Class G. For Class D, you can get 1 year or 2 years. You may request for 2 years, but you're given 1 year. Or you may ask for 2 years and you still get 2 years. For Class I and K, those you can get 3 years maximum, but again, it's renewable. Payment for the work permit has to be done within 30 days. Nowadays, it's online. If you don't pay for it within 30 days, it becomes invalid. So make sure that if you have friends or you are an employer employing foreigners, you pay for them in good time. Both the employer and the employee must provide tax compliance certificates during renewal process. And then the other document I'm going to take you through is the Kenya Special Pass. Just like the name denotes, it's a Kenya Special Pass. It's a special document. Okay, if you're coming to the country to do any work, you can be given a special pass if you meet the requirements. So a Kenya Special Pass allows a foreigner to enter the Kenyan territory to do business or trade, and that includes filming, for example. So like those who come to shoot documentaries, those are short term because they will come maybe 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, and then they leave. So the requirements for these documents is a duly filled Form 32. Again, duly filled means filled to detail. The cover letter must be addressed the DG Immigration. National passport must not be less than 6 months valid. And if you're in the country, you must present an immigration status. This refers to the stamp you get at the airport. If you're a foreigner or if you've traveled, you know that you're given a visa or what we call Kenyan Visitor's Pass. That is what must be valid when you're applying for this document. Otherwise, it won't be granted. Certificate of incorporation or compliance for the company. For compliance is for those countries that are not really registered in the country, but they practice or they do their business in the country. Then after approval, you pay $200 per month. The special pass is given for a maximum of 3 months, but it is also renewable for another 3 months. So maximum is 6 months, after which this person has to leave the country. You don't stay here forever. When your status expires, you have to leave the country, or you stay, then you must be within the legal framework, or you must be here legally. Payment should be done within 30 days, just like the work permit. And that is it from me. Thank you very much.
Tumpe makofi tena kwa wale wanataka kuregister kama film agents. You have the contact person there who will be able to guide you. As I said before, there will be a question and answer session that you'll be able to ask all the questions that you might have in mind. Once again, I request that the QR code is projected so that you can be able to take part in the survey. The survey, as I said, helps us to frame the policy direction of the industry. because it is very dynamic, it is still a growing industry, and we want to come up with measures that really are facilitative in nature. So the next presenter is from Kenya Wildlife Service, yani watu ambao wanashughulika na wanyamapori. She's Miss Natalie Waithera, Kenya Wildlife Service representative. Karibu sana. Hapa kuna watu ambao wanafuga mafisi na wangependa kuregister. So if you have a hyena next to you or in your home, you can register with Kenya Wildlife Service. Karibu sana Natalie.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. With regard to your maneno ya fisi, I think we can tuongee kando, because it's important to note hiyo ni illegal kama una permit. So as said earlier, my name is Natalie Waithera. I am a licensing officer. I work for Kenya Wildlife Service. And first of all, I'd like to appreciate the work that creatives are doing in terms of putting Kenya on the map, showing the world what Kenya has in terms of the wildlife diversity and also our culture. So I'm here to take you through what is required of you as creatives while you want to film within KWS managed national parks and reserves. So Kenya Wildlife Service is a state corporation that is under the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife, and it is established by an act of parliament, which is the Wildlife Conservation and Management Act of 2013. Our main role is to conserve and manage Kenya's wildlife on behalf of the Kenyan people, and we do this through various legislative provisions, which include the Wildlife Conservation and Management Act of 2013. So under Section 7 of this Act, the functions of the service are highlighted, and among them, we have a function to grant permits and to also monitor the compliance in terms of conditions of these permits. I'll go to authority to film and photograph within the parks. So what does this mean? It is important to note that for you to film within or photograph within national parks, us as a service are guided by the Films and Stage Plays Act, CAP 222, as well as the Wildlife Conservation and Management Act. It is important to note that you need a permit. Within Section 79 and 80, it talks about wildlife user rights. You know, most of you may know that, of course, of tourism, which is an unconsumptive right, but commercial photography and filming is also highlighted in our act as one of the non-consumptive uses of wildlife. So for you to do any form of photography, you require a permit. And how do you go about obtaining this permit? So if you've worked with us before, you know before September of 2023, we used to process the filming authorities manually. But now we transitioned, which is a win for us. We've gone electronic and we are processing the filming authorities through the eCitizen portal. So that would be the starting point of you obtaining this authority to film and photograph within the national parks. It is a straightforward process, really, because it is a form that is within the portal. So once you log in, you're able to fill in your details as required. And it is where you get to select whether the kind of filming that you want to do is standard or it is special. So that's how we've categorized the filming within the parks. So I'll go to standard. So what is standard filming? Standard filming is what we regard as the usual filming, nothing really outside of the usual filming operations. Whereas special may need some sort of planning, more resources, and specialized equipment, perhaps the use of drones, or maybe require for you to drive off-road. So if you go through the form and you select standard, what is it that you're required to fill in? So you'll need to attach a permit from KFCB. This is important for us because it is within this KFCB permit that we get to see the exact location that you wish to film. So we've seen people applying for a permit perhaps to film within Taita Taveta County. So it needs to be specific because we know that Savo East and Savo West are within Taita Taveta County. So it should be specific because these filming authorities that we give, they are specific. You cannot select for 2 or 3 national parks. It has to be for 1 national park. So that's why that KFCB permit needs to be specific. You're filming in Kajiado County, which national park? Is it Amboseli National Park? It needs to be clear. So you need to attach this so that you can see the details, providing the number of people that are involved and the location, as I said. Another important document for you to have is the synopsis. We need to see what it is that you are filming. What is this production? What are you going to highlight? What is the target audience? And it's also important to note that we take 3 working days. I think Alex from KFCB had said that they also work within what we mean by working days is between Monday and Friday. So we don't work within during weekends, yes? So it's important for you as a creative, as you're applying for the permit, to take cognizance of the time frame that is there. So for standard filming, it takes a maximum of 3 working days. That is where all conditions have been met. Because sometimes you'll have somebody call you and ask, you said you guys work within 3 days, why is my permit still not processed? It's because like the format that we have within the system of eCitizen, it is very interactive. So that means if we see that perhaps there are those details that are missing from the KFCB permit, you've not highlighted the location, or there's something else that has been filled in incorrectly, we're able to engage that client through that portal. So that may dictate the time that is there. But usually, if all conditions have been met, we take 3 working days. Now, special filming. We said there are 2 categories, standard and special. Now we are on special. So when you talk about special, what you are saying is the standard requirements apply. So that means you'll have to attach that synopsis. You'll have to attach the KFCB permit. So now here, examples of special requests. We get requests to film off-road. So what are you required to do? So the grant of authority to film off-road is done off the system. So we say you are supposed to write a letter and send this request to the Directorate of Wildlife and Community Service. It is the Director of Wildlife and Community Service who will engage the DD parks and the park warden so that they can be able to assess the prevailing conditions of the park. Because sometimes it may not be feasible for you to drive off-road. Say, for example, there's been heavy rains and such and such. So this will need, that's why we say that somebody has to write that letter so that all these things are put into consideration before granting that authority. Another special kind of filming is when perhaps you're using drones, which we call the use of unmanned aircraft systems. So once you select special as the category of filming, it will bring down other sections that you are required to attach these documents that I'll highlight. So if you're using drones, you'll need an RPL, the ROC, which is the Remote Aircraft Operator Certificate. You need the certificate of registration for that drone, a drone insurance cover, an indemnity or a letter of undertaking showing that, of course, the service will not be liable or taking the responsibility in the event that there's an issue with your drone within our national parks. So the process of obtaining this authority to film using the UAS. So what you do, of course, you log in, as I'd said. Then, after following review and approval, you'll get a letter of no objection. I think Mr. Keegan from KCAA said that for them to give you an authority to use that drone, you'll need a letter of no objection from perhaps the institution that you plan to film. So same applies as to our national parks. You'll obtain that letter of no objection through the system. You're able to download it, then you'll take it to KCAA. So once KCAA processes, they'll give you an authority, also detailing where exactly you're going to use this drone, indicating the coordinates and such. So once this is done, you are required to bring that authorization from KCAA, come back to your application on eCitizen and upload that. So what this will give you, you'll obtain the filming authority as well as the authority to use that drone within the national park. So if you're if you're filming, the kind of filming is standard, then you'll get just a filming authority. But if it is special, you'll get the specific authorization for use perhaps of drones or for off-road. Another form of equipment that we've also seen is the use of underwater and manned systems. We also require for you to highlight how you're going to install and how you're going to remove that drone from underwater. We've seen this especially in Savo West, where we have the Mzima Springs. You know, people are able to see the hippos from underwater. So if you're planning to use these drones there, you need to tell us how you're going to install them, because of course we don't want to also alter the nature and disturb the animals as well. So you need to tell us how you're going to take care of that. And I'll go on to, so that is a link that we have when you're applying for these filming authorities. And I know most of you are curious. Sisi bei yetu ni ya mkulima kidogo, si ni ukweli? So you can see there how much we charge. So what we say is this: if your crew is between 1 and 5, we charge 8,000 per week or part thereof. What part thereof means? Within a week we have 7 days, isn't it? So if you plan to film for 2 days or 3 days, it is the same fees apply. So you'll still pay 8,000 shillings. If your crew is between 6 and 10, the fee is 12,000 shillings per week or part thereof. If the crew is 11 and above, we charge 20,000 per week or part thereof. I'm sure as I was going through the presentation, you saw that there are percentages that we charge. You see, if you're planning to drive off-road, there is an impact to the environment, isn't it? Because we have designated park roads. So if you're going to go there, you're going to perhaps destroy the vegetation. So we usually charge a conservation fees. So here we say that when you're driving off-road, we will charge you 20% of all the chargeable fees. These fees that I've said, the 8,000, the 12,000, the 20,000, that just caters for the filming authority. It is exclusive of park entry fees. If perhaps the kind of production requires for you to camp within the national park, you'll pay the camping fees outside that. So this 20% that we're saying you're going to pay 20% of all the chargeable fees. And this will be paid at the point of entry. We say to the park warden, but essentially is at the park. Because for us, as we are processing the filming authority, we don't know perhaps which vehicle you're going to use, how many people are going to be going to the park other than the crew, if you're going to camp. So those are chargeable at the gate. Same as the use of drones, because there are some impacts that you may not see necessarily the way that we see off-road. You know, off-road, you can see that there's distraction. But now, even for the use of drones, there is likely to be an impact even on the wildlife because of the noise, you know, having so many people around and also flying those drones, yes? So we charge 30% for that. So, and with that, I'll invite questions during the Q&A sessions. Hopefully, we'll be able to elaborate and engage further. So that's it for Kenya Wildlife Service. Thank you.
Umesikia hiyo kizungu? Hata uwezi jua wanashughulika na wanyama. All right, my next presenter is a lawyer and advocate of the High Court with over 10 years of experience in copyright law and litigation. He's also accredited mediator and the chief counsel at Kenya Copyright Board. Now, after you've created your content and all that, you must ensure that you've copyrighted it so that someone doesn't steal that. And the person to ensure that your work is safe is none other than Mr. Paul Kaindo. Karibu sana, Mr. Paul. Piga makofi tukimkaribisha. Karibu.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I see you are kind enough to provide some water here. It is good of you. Uh, Before I begin, allow me to acknowledge the presence of my colleague. She is seated on the far left. She is called Sharon Water. Sharon, you can raise your hand because I'm going to tell them why their works are not approved on the system. She's the one who approves works once you register for copyright. So I'll just go right into it. The Kenya Copyright Board, ladies and gentlemen, is a state corporation which is established under the Kenya Copyright Act. It is established under Section 3 of the Copyright Act, and its mandate is provided for under Section 5 of the Copyright Act. I'm not going to go through the specific mandates, but the main thing that Kekobo does is the administration of copyright enforcement administration and enforcement of copyright related rights. So the mandates as provided for under the Copyright Act are as listed there. What I may want to stress is that most of the things we do are provided in the Act. However, there are those ones which are incidental to the main functions of Kekobo, particularly things like dispute resolution, which we actually do as an incidental thing. Probably what I may want to mention, which is not in the slide, is the licensing and supervision of collective management organizations. Now, what are collective management organizations? Now, of course, you as creatives, you know there are different ways in which you can commercialize your work. One of them is directly licensing, which I believe you guys do mostly. You'll create your work, then you'll approach say a broadcaster, or you are going to approach, say, Netflix or somebody else. Then you license directly. What we have noticed at Kekobo is that creatives, particularly in the film industry, have found it very easy to license directly. So that is why you realize it appears that most of them are not really into collective management organizations. However, there are some rights, and I'm going to enumerate the rights shortly. There are rights which you cannot manage individually. For example, if you have to collect license fees from hotels, which are publicly displaying your work, you cannot manage to go to each of these hotels to collect your license fees. Consider another example of matatus that have screens. Those matatus that or public service vehicles that have screens and they show audiovisual works. You may not be able to go to each of these public service vehicles to collect your license fees. So what right holders do, they come together, they create an organization which is member organization, and that organization is what they call collective management organization, and the purpose of that collective management organization is to license the works of the members on behalf of the members and then distribute the royalties to the right holders. So what Kekobo does is that it licenses those collective management organizations and supervises their activities. So probably I'll get questions relating to that later, but I'm not specifically going to dwell into that so much. Those are the two main functions that I thought I would mention, and I have interacted with some of you when you are conducting mediation. Mediation service is not provided for in the Act, but it is incidental. You'll find that there are a lot of disputes between filmmakers, producers, broadcasters, or distributors of audiovisual works. We have noticed that there are so many. And most of them are, allow me to use, ni wakulima kidogo. We even have students who are producing. I think some of you are students who are also producers of audiovisual works. So you don't have probably the resources to seek legal representation. You don't have the capacity to hire a lawyer, so you don't want to go to court. So what we say is that let us provide this as a free service. So we do offer mediation, but with a catch. Here, both parties must be willing to actually come to the table and mediate that particular dispute. We have had so many coming to us, but of course, we have an issue with capacity, but we do our best. We have helped people resolve their disputes. Others, we have made it easier when they go to court. Of course, they know the other party's position, so they are able to resolve their issues quickly when they are in court. We have certified, accredited mediators. So you'll find that there are matters that are before court, but parties don't want to necessarily engage in court. So they will ask the court, allow us to mediate. So the court, in some instances, will refer that dispute to its pool of mediators. The judiciary, they have the mediation accreditation committee, and they have a pool of mediators. So they'll refer those disputes to them, including some of us who are mediators at the Kenya Copyright Board. And it has been a very successful endeavor at the Kenya Copyright Board. Now, legal advice, of course, you can always pop in and Kekobo, you can write an email, you can just pop in, you can call. It will be, you can seek for advice, which will be given for free. Those two services are free. Then, of course, you have to ask yourself, what is copyright? Copyright is a branch of intellectual property that protects the original creations of the mind. That is copyright. However, remember, intellectual property has two branches. We have industrial property, and I note in the handbook that you have, there is a typo, but I've been told that is going to be corrected. You see that they have indicated industrial design. It is industrial property. So industrial property is the one that protects things like patents, which have industrially applicable. Then utility models, which we say they are lesser patents. Then trademarks. Of course, trademarks. Trademarks are protect the logos, the names, the stage names you guys use can actually be protected at the trademarks. Then we have those industrial property aspects are managed by Kenya Industrial Property Institute. I heard that Kipi is supposed to be here, or probably it will come later in the day, but they're the ones who manage industrial property aspect, the trademarks, the patents, the industrial designs. Kenya Copyright Board manages and administers copyright related rights. And I've said that copyright is the one that offers legal protection against unlawful use of originally created things. Something like, we are going to see the list of items that qualify as copyright work shortly. But there are those creations of the mind. The idea of protecting copyright is to incentivize the creators. The creator knows that once I have created my copyright work, then I can get a benefit out of it. So how do you do that? By ensuring that the law ensures that all those, there are rights which are protected to ensure that it is only you who can commercialize those rights. Those are the list of works that are eligible for copyright protection. Remember, we are going to mention why you need to register your copyright, but when you are registering, you ensure that these are the kind of works that are protectable. Literary works, including scripts. Of course, you always say that the process of making a film is a whole process starting from script all the way to the film itself, or the audiovisual work at the end. So the script itself is a copyright work. It can be protected as such. Who will own the copyright in that script? It is the author of that particular work. And you are going to realize by the end of my presentation is that you can have one audiovisual work, but there are so many rights that are there. At the same time, it could be one person who holds all the rights. And that is why we always encourage people, you'll forgive my Mlima pronunciations. You encourage people to have contracts when they are engaging. They are engaging people to produce films, because you are going to write, like, for example, you have a script. The script, you have the author who have created that script. Or it could be a book you want to translate into a movie. So the person who wrote the script has the rights to the script. Musical work, of course, when you are creating your film, you will most likely have musical work behind it. Musical work is a whole long thing again, because musical work is not necessarily the sound or the voice that you hear. They are instrumentals therein, which are rights that are owned by maybe the producer or the performer. So there is the person who wrote the lyrics, they own the rights. So as you are using somebody's music, or you intend to contract to use somebody's music, you need to understand what the rights are there in the musical work before you can synchronize the same in your work. Artistic works, things like paintings, photographs, sculptures, and the like. If you intend to have these things in your film, then you need to get the permission of the person or the author of the artistic work, the person who took the photograph. There was a case recently we tried to resolve, but it ended up in court, where somebody took a film in the city center, but incidentally, a painting that was on a wall of a building was included in that particular film. This person went to court, but of course, because of the exemptions and limitations in the act, there are some instances when you can use somebody else's work without their permission. They are provided for under the second schedule. So the court said that this is an incidental use. So if you are filming, and for some reason, somebody's painting or something like this one appears in your film, that is incidental use, because it is not, that film or audiovisual work does not focus on that particular artistic work. However, if you intend that artistic work to feature prominently in your film, you should actually know that there is somebody who owns the rights to that photograph, painting, artistic, or any other artistic or dramatic work. This is choreography. This was added in the Copyright Act in 2019, where we said that dancing moves, for example, are actually qualify for copyright work. This was not there, but it was included in 2019. Audiovisual work, yes. Audiovisual work is now the full film that you have. It contains both the visual and the audio. That in itself qualifies as a copyright work. I know in the back of your mind you're asking who then owns those rights, but you're going to mention that shortly. Then there is sound recording. Sound recording is the voice. I'm sure some of you produce animations. In animations, you'll have the visual, but then you need somebody else to put the audio, the sound recording. So those are two different rights. So the sound recording is that voice. That qualifies as a copyright work, and somebody owns the right into it. A broadcast is not as direct as the other rights, because you are going to realize that in a broadcast, there is the content that is being broadcasted that has its own specific rights. Then we have the broadcast. The broadcast is the signal. The signal. That is what is protected under copyright. There has been a treaty that is being negotiated at the World Intellectual Property Organization for the last 20 years or so. I don't know when we will have something out of it. Now, these are the laws under which the Kenya Copyright Board gets its mandate. Of course, the Constitution, that was mentioned, Article 11, Article 40, that grants every person the right to property. Property is described to include intellectual property. So that is a constitutional right that each creator has. Then, of course, we have the Copyright Act, which was the last amendment under the Act was in 2022, which included the Skiza tunes being paid directly to the right holders. Of course, we are looking at overhauling the whole Act, because, of course, some of the things that are contained in that Act are obsolete. The way we used to use copyright work is not the same way that we use the copyright works today. We have the digital environment. Now we have the AI, which now grappling with, I'm sure some of you or most of you use AI to create their work. International treaties, the most important international treaty is the Berne Convention, which is, we call it the mother of copyright. It is an 18, if I remember, it should be, it's an old one, 18 something. Then we have the Beijing Treaty, which protects audiovisual performers, which again Kenya ratified, I think, in 2019, if I'm not mistaken. So those are the laws. I urge you to go to our website and look at the Kenya Copyright Act. We are receiving comments on it before it can actually be passed. Now, once you have created your work, there are two rights that you get. You get the economic rights, and then you get the moral rights. Economic rights are those rights that allow you to make money out of your work. These are the rights that now you can commercialize it. Once you have created that, then the other question somebody was asking is, yes, I have created. How do I make money out of it? It is by commercializing these rights. So one of the rights that you have is the right to reproduce. You are the only one as the author who has the right to reproduce that film or that audiovisual work. But you can license somebody else to do it. You can sell that right to somebody else. You have the right to distribute that content, whether digitally or in whatever form. That is why I've seen people now creating platforms where you have a password such that you cannot distribute unless you buy. And I'm going to also mention, I hope I'll remember, that there are people who actually to circumvent those passwords they probably distribute. That is an infringement under the Copyright Act. Public performance rights is the right to publicly perform your work. If, for example, it is a book, for example, or it is a script, but you can license somebody else to publicly perform it. Like, for example, appear here and perform that particular script, or perform a movie if that is possible. Public display is, for example, if you have a photograph, you have an artistic work, you are the only person who has the right to display that. In the social media aspect, assume you have a film. That film, you have the front page, the one that says what the film is about. You are the only person who can distribute you can publicly display that film, or probably show it in a theater, or show it in any other place. So public display right is the right to display or to show it in a place like a movie theater or something similar to that. Then we have the moral rights. The moral rights are derivative. We call them paternity rights. They are those rights that are not, they are related to you. You are connected to them by virtue of the fact that you created that work, that you are the author of that work. That one is the right to, these are economic rights, sorry. These are still economic rights, the right to create a derivative work. You have a script, you want to translate into a movie. You are the only person as the author of that script who can license that right to create that derivative work. Then we have the right to communicate to the communication to the public. Like, for example, put it in a TV show or in a broadcasting house. You are the only person who can license that broadcasting house to show it on their broadcasts. This is what I was explaining, moral rights. They are personal in nature. And they include the right to attribution or to paternity, the right to be identified as the author of that work, the right to be actually indicated as the owner. That is connected to the right to use a synonym or to publish a work anonymously. That is a right that you can decide to publish a work anonymously or using a pseudonym. Most of you have stage names who are creators, who are creatives. Right to integrity, that is the right to object to any distortion or mutilation or modification that would harm your reputation. If, for example, you are known to produce Christian audiovisual works or movies, so you may object to that audiovisual work being used in a way that portrays you in a different way altogether. For example, again, if you are Muslim, you don't partake of pork, then you can say you don't want your work to be used to portray you negatively, or being a person who does not start with her or with those beliefs. Right to object to false attribution. So that is the right to prevent somebody else from being attributed as the author of that works. Those are moral rights which are paternal in nature. They are personal in nature. Now, one of the main issues when it comes to copyright, unlike industrial property, remember industrial property, which I said are managed by KIPI, Kenya Industrial Property Institute, you get industrial property rights by virtue of registration. If you haven't registered your trademark, somebody else can use it, and you can take him nowhere. So you get those industrial property rights by registration. That is unlike copyright. Copyright, you don't have to register. You get those rights automatically once you fix the work. Once you have recorded your audiovisual work, your film, you get those rights. So registration is not mandatory for you to get to be protected. However, registration is very, very important, particularly for those who want to manage their IP portfolio, those who want to be able to enforce their IP, those who want to commercialize their IP effectively. We always say that registration of copyright is very, very important. If you have a dispute, you go to court, the first thing the court will ask is, whose work is this? Who produced this film? If you don't have evidence, then it becomes problematic. So the Kenya Copyright Board offers registration services, which are free. Not free. It's 100 bob. Sharon would swallow me if she hears that. I'm sure she hasn't heard. Initially, we used to charge 1,000 shillings per work. However, it was reduced. It is now between 100 and 500, depending on whether you are a natural person or a company. But as we speak, that fee has been removed. It has been waived. So you can register your work free of charge now. So, of course, once you do that by clicking that link will take you to a place where you create an account and then you upload it. It is something that you can even do as you sit there if you have your work in your phone. You can register that and you'll get your registration certificate within a very short time. It goes through a process of review to find out whether it is original, to see whether it is copied. Once that is done, you get a registration certificate within a few hours. Sharon is the one who approves them. This is very fast. I'm going to move very fast. In the digital environment, of course, you know that it is very easy to infringe on other person's work. So it is very important for you to monitor how your work is being used in the digital environment. One of the things you need to do is to ensure that once you find that a work is being used on the digital environment without your permission, maybe social media or somewhere else, you can take advantage of Section 35B. Section 35B of the Copyright Act provides for a process which we call takedown process. That process is very simple. You just have to comply with the requirements of that. First of all, you have to contact the other person. If they don't respond, then you issue a notice to the ISP. ISP has 48 hours to remove that content. If they don't do that, then you can seek what we call injunctive reliefs. Those are what must be contained in the takedown notice. So if 48 hours have ended, they haven't removed it, then you can seek for what we call injunctive reliefs. You can go to court and get an injunction. I was just talking to somebody who we tried to mediate a matter with, and they're asking whether, because mediation failed, where do we go? Do we go to the tribunal? Tribunal does not have the mandate to do that. They can only seek for injunctive reliefs to be able to deal with that infringement. Thank you so very much. I apologize for taking too much time. Thank you.
All right. I hope we are getting educated, and as we pursue our path in the creative industry, we get more knowledge that can be able to guide us to do the right thing, because the litigation process is very tedious. And as he has said, there is the alternative dispute resolution mechanism, including mediation, that you can take advantage of to resolve disputes that should not actually go to court, because whenever you go to court, the process is lengthy and very expensive. Now, we have two more presenters before we enter the question and answer session. We will be very brief. The next presenter is from the Kenya Revenue Authority, the man that deals with policy matters. And I know questions will come. mambo ya tax, Mr. Leonard Cheserem. Karibu sana Leonard.
Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me, right? I like to use this because I know taxes. Taxes is a moving target, right? And anything you do, you must pay taxes. Sawa sawa. Everything that you've heard from all my colleagues, remember that you pay your taxes because the roads we use, the electricity, everything, all the social services are provided by government. And the only way the government can provide those services is basically by making sure that everyone pays their taxes. So I'll be very brief. Mine is very brief. KRA. I know all of you understand what KRA is all about. You've had KRA. I know we have either a black box and a white box, both of them, because it depends on how you view KRA. But there's something I want to be very clear about. When you are dealing with policy issues, the ones we are talking about, what do we need to tax? That falls directly with National Treasury, right? That is what Mbadi deals with on a daily basis, on what needs to be taxed or what's the policy that needs to come into place. What KRA basically deals with are those issues. So what KRA basically deals with mainly is to assess, to collect, and to account all the revenues. So we don't deal with anything to do with policy at all, at all. We are not the ones who decide that what needs to be taxed or what needs to come in place, no. So what we deal basically is to collect the taxes. Then secondly, the main thing that KRA deals with is on issues of advising the National Treasury, because there are certain circumstances that we need to advise them because we are the ones who actually undertakes collection of taxes on a daily basis. So there are certain matters that we need to actually advise the National Treasury on terms of tax administration. Then there are certain functions that we are given by the National Treasury, because you realize there are certain spaces where we come in, especially when we're coming up with something like regulations, for example. Then the National Treasury tasks KRA that you need to come with these guidelines, you need to come with this regulation, and those kind of things. But our main thing basically is the responsibility of collecting revenue for the government. And actually we collect over 95%. The others are small, about 5%. Probably some is collected by KFCB, some is collected by KKOBO, and those are the 5%. And others. But for KRA collects 95%. So that's the one that is used to go to schools, the one that is used to build the roads and everything else. Then as you do that, basically I need to explain something as you do that. The first thing that comes into mind is that you must register, right? The first thing that comes into mind that you must register first. Always, as a Kenyan resident or a Kenyan citizen, I know all of us must acquire a PIN, right? All of us must acquire a PIN. Even for those who are in schools who are dealing with help, you must acquire a PIN. If you want to open a bank account, you must have a PIN. So the PIN is the first link between you and KRA, because that's when we are dealing with your taxes. And PIN registration for a Kenyan resident is very easy. I know most of you understand that you apply, within some seconds you have it. But the one that's a bit difficult, if you are specifically a non-resident. We're dealing here, for example, a filmmaker who is not a Kenyan resident. When you are not a Kenyan resident, that's where now we have issues of immigration coming in. That's where we have that introduction from the employer. Because if you are an employee of that filmmaker or wherever it is, then you must have those kind of things being introduced, because we don't know you. We don't know you, the immigration doesn't know you. So there are certain things that you must have. And those are some of the things that are listed there that you must have, so that for you to be actually be given, for example, for you to be registered for PIN. Because that is the identification that will be used for purposes of taxes. As I said, you can be an individual, you can be a company, you can be a partnership, but everyone must pay taxes. Sawa sawa. Even an individual must pay taxes, because what happens is that you can be an employee of a filmmaker or a film agent. You can also be the film agent yourself or the filmmaker yourself. So that makes you the employer, or that can make you an employee of that film agent or film producer. So that basically everyone must pay taxes, because income tax, for example, is chargeable on any income that is derived or accrued from Kenya. Sawa sawa. Any income. Any. So we need to be very specific. Every income is actually chargeable to tax. So that's very clear. No one is excluded. It's not like those days where we used to have MPs who were exempt from tax. You remember those posts before 2007, 2004, 2003? You remember those days when MPs used to be exempted from tax, right? Now, everyone must pay taxes. That's what the Constitution, Article 210 of the Constitution says, that everyone, depending, even if you are the president, you are not, even if you are the vice president, everyone must pay taxes. And as you continue with your work, there's things that you need to understand first. As I said, you can be an employee. If you are an employee, then what happens is that the person who has employed you must ensure that that person accounts for your taxes. Kuna kitu tunaita PAYE. Umesikia? Pay as you earn, which means it's deducted by the employer directly. For those who are employees, for those who are working for that company, so the employer must deduct and remit to carry by 9th of the following month. Then there are certain things. You can give consultancies to a film agent. You can give consultancies to a film producer. Then they are taxed because you are earning income from who? The film agent or the film producer is paying you. Then the film agent or the film producer must do what we call withholding taxes. So you've heard of withholding taxes? Because you are earning income. The person who is paying you is the agent or the company that has contracted your service, because you do a lot of digital content. When you do your content, you are supplying to somebody else. You are monetizing that content. When you monetize that content, then somebody else is the one who is going to pay you because of your services, and that's an income. And that's what happens is that that company or whoever contracted you must withhold. If you are a resident person, you realize it's 5%. But if you are a non-resident means you are not in Kenya for more than 183 days in a year. So probably you are an American, you are an UK person who just came here to supply that content. Then you must withhold at 20%, because for that person we will not follow them. You remember that for a Kenyan or a resident person, you will have to file returns at the end of the year. So that's how the difference comes in. Then there's what we call digital content in 2013. 2023 that came about digital content, where you monetize your content, whether you're doing affiliate marketing, whether you're doing advertising, whether you're selling things online. That's what we call digital content. You've done your content, then you monetize your content. So when you monetize your content, for example, and you sell it to these many corporates, then that corporate person that is paying you must withhold that 5%. Because that's an income that you are earning as a person. That's an income that your company is earning. That's an income that you are earning as an individual. So you understand how the taxes works now. The taxes is we are looking at who that income belongs to. Sawa. Who that income belongs to. That's how taxation works. Who is earning that income? Then if you are a non-resident person, there are circumstances where you don't want your money to be withheld in Kenya. There are those people who are non-residents who come here. They have been brought in by a film agent, but because of taxes, for example, they don't want to give that obligation to the film agent in Kenya. Because what needs to happen is that you need to appoint a person that we call a tax representative, a person who will help you with your taxes when you're in Kenya, because you are a non-resident person. You have only come to Kenya to shoot your video, but you are required to pay your staff. You are required to pay staff that you've contracted in Kenya. You are required to pay for consultant services that you've actually gotten from Kenya and those kind of things. Sometimes you may not want the film agent to do that, but you may appoint a tax rep. A tax rep can be somebody who is certified, a person that actually has been licensed, has been registered as a tax rep. Then normally all of us understand that you must file your returns, right? At the end of the year. It's an important obligation that everyone must, for us to know that you're actually paying your taxes or you don't have any income that is chargeable in Kenya. Then for those, when we talk about VAT, VAT is about value added tax. Value added tax only comes in specifically, the mandate is only given to those who wish to register, those voluntary registration, but there are those who actually meet the 5 million. If you meet the 5 million threshold in a year, if your supplies will be more than 5 million in a year, 5 million and above, that's where now VAT comes in. So for those who are small companies or those who are individuals and you are not supplying something more than 5 million in a year, supplying means total supplies in a year. You don't cross beyond the 5 million. Then you don't need to have a VAT obligation, right? You don't need to have a VAT obligation. A VAT obligation is very important for those who are supplying their services and they are below 5 million and they are actually supplying outside the country. If you are giving a service to somebody who is outside the Kenya, I will advise you that you register for VAT voluntarily, because you will have what you call more of a tax benefit, because you will now be charging VAT that you are exporting at 0%, but for the things that you use to produce that film, it was charged at 16%. Then you will be able to claim the difference as a refund. Sawa. Then you will be able to claim the same as a refund, because you are exporting. When you are exporting a service outside the country, you charge VAT at 0%, not 16%. So which means now when you export your video or your film outside the country and it's paid by somebody outside the Kenyan jurisdiction, then it's charged at 0%, because that one, the person who will consume on the other side will be charged at 16%. But for you, is applying, it will charge at 0%. Then 0% then at the inputs that were just 16%, the difference now is where the tax, a refund comes in place. But you can decide to do what you call voluntary registration. But if you don't meet the 5 million, then you are not required to register for VAT, because VAT is actually a value chain kind of a tax. It's on value addition. You don't need to. When you take your tea in the morning, you remember the tea leaves that say it's already vatable. It has already been, VAT has already been applied. Now, there are certain incentives that are provided for in the Act for those who are actually dealing with a lot on film. Remember that when you're dealing with your film, you incur a lot of expenses. When you incur expenses, then all that expenses is actually deductible, especially for those who are dealing the film production or film, anything you're dealing as a company or as an individual. Then everything that you actually spent during that film production is actually an allowable deduction. It's not part of what is need to be taxed. So if you make a profit, for example, not a profit, you make a sale of 1 million, but you use 600,000 or 700,000 to make that film, then what is being taxed is actually the difference, which is 400. So that's the first item there. It's actually only exclusively expended from your tax. When you are calculating your tax, you must deduct that one first, because that's expenditure, including the wages, including the travels, including the accommodations, everything, including the supplies that you purchase, everything is an expense. So you must subtract it. If you make a loss, if you do a film and you sell it at 1 million, but you used 1.1, then there's no tax to pay. So you see the difference? There's nothing you will pay, because the expenditure exceeds what? The amount that you're making from that film. Then there's what we call investment allowance. The law actually allows that when you acquire an equipment, for example, filming equipment, you are allowed to deduct 100% the cost when you first use that equipment. You may get a camera, for example, or a filming equipment that's worth 500,000. But at the end of that year, you only do a film that gives you 300,000. So what the law allows you that, because it's an expenditure, but this expenditure, unlike the first one, this is a capital expenditure. A capital expenditure is not allowed 100% that year. It's only allowed at the rate of 25%, but it will be allowed within 4 years. You will have claimed everything. because this is a capital expenditure. It's not the normal expenditures that we know, like wages, purchases, and all those kind of things. Then there's something that was put in 2016. It was put in 2016 actually for those who are dealing with the film crews. There was a provision to provide that for us to bring in many people, businesses into Kenya. There was an issue where it was being brought that if you are a film maker and you bring a business in Kenya, then you come with crews to Kenya. What happened is that when you are paying that crew, then you should not withhold at 20%. That's what was provided in 2016, just to make sure that we have so many people spending their money here. But what happened was to make sure that when they bring that 1 billion here, then they will have maybe a few crew. They will have like 3 or 4 actors. Then when you are paying those actors, for example, the person paying those actors, they should not withhold that 20%. So that was an exemption to ensure that we have that business here in Kenya. But we don't see as if it's really working so much right now. But I don't know how much this has been utilized in the law, but this is what is in the law, actually providing that kind of an approach for the film actors and agents. Then for VAT, there is what we call, but this one you must get what we call a prior approval by the by the National Treasury. So for those who are doing with film, we are dealing with local film producers. If you are a local producer, you are licensed already by Kenya Film Commission, or you already have a license by KFCB. Now, for all your services and goods that are going into that production, you are actually exempted from VAT. Sawa. You are actually exempted from VAT. I'm saying goods and services. You can either import some of those goods, or you can either, for example, an equipment. If you get an equipment, you import an equipment for filming, then you get an exemption from VAT. You don't pay VAT. Sawa. You don't pay VAT. But the catch is that you must get an approval first, or a recommendation by Kenya Film Commission. You must get a recommendation first by KFC. And that recommendation goes to National Treasury. Then National Treasury now gives KRA the approval that that person can import, or that person can purchase a local equipment, or that person can contract a certain services like for example, we talk about travel, we talk about chartering even vehicles, we talk about accommodation, because those are all services that is being used by our local filming. Things that you import in the country. I know most of us understand that when you import a vehicle, VAT is payable. When you import some filming equipment, you realize it depends with the rate. Sometimes it can be 0%, it can be 10%, it can be 25%. But you must, when you import, you must enlist what you call a clearing agent. You cannot import, you cannot clear it on your own. You must engage a clearing agent. For anything that you import, you must engage a clearing agent. Then there is something what you call permanent importation and temporary importation. So permanent importation is for those who are purchasing directly for their businesses. You import directly for use in Kenya. So it means it's permanent. But there's what we call temporary importation, because sometimes there are certain equipment you may need, but you don't have it here. But you want to import it to use it for a specific period. Like for those who are coming outside the country, sometimes they come with their certain equipment. So they come with what you call a temporary importation. You must get a temporary importation. Maybe you want to use it for 3 months only. Then you take it back. So that's what we call temporary importation. But it's also what we call, when you do temporary importing of a filling equipment, then these are the things that you need to do. You must first get a filming license by KFCB. That's the first thing. Then secondly, you must pay an unrefundable fee of 1%. So you realize whichever is low, so it can be 30,000. The maximum is actually 30,000 for that equipment. It can be equipment of 1 million, it can be equipment of 500,000, but you pay that one because that is more like an administrative fee, because It's a process. It's not just, you are not just coming and just going through the border or coming through the ports. Then, or you can give us a security of equivalent, depending, and then you must apply to the commissioner for purposes of being granted that temporary importation. But there's also temporary exportation of equipment. Sometimes you want to film in a place outside Kenya. Then you want to take your equipment. You don't want to go and purchase an equipment in Uganda. So what happens is that there are certain things you need to fill, because you can have a camera, you can have items that you want to export for repair, because sometimes you want to export your equipment for repair. Or there are certain things that you want to export, like musical instruments. For those who are DJs, you want to go to Uganda. Remember that when you want to go to Uganda and do your event, you are going with probably your equipment. So what happens when you are coming back, if you weeks. So you must show these documents. It's there, it's free, and then so that you come now, when you're coming back, you just show those things, then you are able to cross the border without having obstacles. But if you don't have these things, it means you pay your taxes or the duties afresh, which means you are suffering from what you just need to have done, which is very small procedure. Then my colleague talked about drones. That is one thing we need to say is that this one is restricted. It's restricted from importation. But unless we get a confirmation from KCAA, you cannot import. If there's no letter from KCAA on anything on a drone, you cannot import a drone without getting an approval from KCAA. That's what I need to be very. When you come to the port or you come to airport, you've come with your drone, umekuja nayo. Now there's no letter from KCAA, you can't enter with it. It's treated as narcotics. It's like a narcotic drug. It's treated as example as fake money because it's not approved. Remember the drone, what it can do. You know, a drone is more of a security and safety, one of those gadgets. So you can't import. You must get an approval first from KCA. Even KRA cannot do anything because you remember that the vetting team there's defense, there's police, all those kind of things. Those are the people who are vetting for you to bring that thing. And probably they have a levels of which you can bring a drone. Maybe there are certain sophisticated drones that you cannot bring. We don't know. But for us, it has restricted import, which means you can only get an approval from KCA, then KRA can allow you to pay the taxes and come with it. Otherwise, it will be distracted. Mmaisikia kuna kitu inaitwanga distractions. Ile tunachomanga hata watu wanachoma. Kenya KWS, sometimes they ban some things like the elephant tusk and all those guys because it's the same thing. We are not allowed to actually import this thing unless you get an approval from the KCA. And actually, most of these things you find there is no tax. It's a 0%, for example. When you're importing, apart from VAT, you realize that if you are using it, if you are a local film producer and you import, this is part of the things, you will not pay VAT, you will not pay customs duty because it's 0%. If you own VAT, it's exempt. So when you import it, actually, it's more like free. But you must get that approval and you pay that thing. So basically, that ends the presentation, but that's a summary of how taxes work. So you need to understand that you have an obligation, you have, as a taxpayer, we are contributing to the normal basket that is there for all of us, that we need to make our roads, we need to have schools, we need to have electricity, but it depends on what obligation do you have as a person. Sawa sawa. So taxes, ni kama maisha, sawa sawa. It's part of the oxygen that we breathe. Sawa sawa. Yeah, taxes is like a part of our normal business because we are contributing to what we need to do as a country. But the only problem that I don't want to discuss is how the taxes are being used. Sawa sawa. Mimi kazi yangu ni kuchukua na kuweka kwa wapi? In a basket. So I don't know how that person is using that basket. So please, that one I will not answer. But I can only answer the one that I took na nikaeka mahali. Sawa sawa. Alafu hiyo ingine mwenye anatumia si mimi. Thank you.
hiyo basket nani ako nayo? Mr. Leonard, hiyo basket nani ako nayo? Wanataka kujua wakishapeana hiyo basket inaenda wapi. Hata kama unaishi ushago nalipa tax na tunatumia barabara.
Good afternoon. How many know about the Office of Data Protection Commissioner and what they do? Yes? Naweza tuambia? Whose information has been misused in this room at some point by an agency or by anyone? Yes? Only one person knows about data protection here, right? Yeah? Ninja ama mjui? Eh? Ati mko na? So, the Office of Data Protection Commissioner was established in 2019. And according to the Data Protection Act, you cannot say that you don't know in a court of law, right? Ignorance is not a defense in law. Sawa sawa. So if your photos has been misused somewhere, if your information has been misused, if you have been abducted, so that is misuse of personal information. And maybe someone can tell us what is an example of personal data. What is personal data? What is an example? Your name, your ID number, your phone number, yes, your image, all that is personal data, and it can be misused in one way or another. But now figure out this. You go to a hotel, you take the photo of the menu, then you post it online. Then someone finds you in that hotel. Who set up himself or herself? Yes? Will you say you were abducted? If I know that you always go for lunch at the Edge Conference Center, every lunch, I'll find you there. Sindio? If you are traveling to, is it Wamunyoro or Nanyuki? Sindio? Yeah? I'll find you there because you have said that I'm going to a certain event in Nanyuki or Laikipia County because you have posted on Facebook or TikTok. So I'll find you there. That is your personal data. So the Data Protection Act, I think this is not updated. MC. So this is the mandate of the Office of Data Protection Commissioner, which was established under the Act, that is the Data Protection Act of 2019. Actually, we celebrated our birthday some few days ago. And I didn't invite you because I didn't know you. But because you are here, I think Kenya Film Classification Board will provide a cake. We are guided by the Data Protection Act and the Constitution of Kenya 2010. Our mandate is to regulate the processing of personal data, ensure that the processing is guided by the principles. And when we say the principles, they are set out in the section 25 of the Act, and we'll see them later in the presentation. We also have a mandate to establish a legal and institutional mechanism to protect personal data, protect the privacy of individuals, that is data subjects, and also provide data subjects with rights and remedies. Pia nyinyi mko na right under the Data Protection Act. And the first right is the right to, yes? Right yenu ya moja ni gani? The right to privacy. Sawa sawa. The right to be informed. How many of you are informed? Have you signed a form there? Were you informed? Were you informed or you were told to read? How many were informed? Were told that we are taking this data for this and this purpose? How many? 1, 2, 3. Less than 5. Right? Yeah? Did you ask why they are taking that data? Out of the 5, did you ask why they are taking that data? Yeah? Alafu kesho, umeacha namba yako ya simu hapo, si ndio? Ama email yako. Alafu kesho nichukue hiyo data ama ninunue, nitumie vibaya. Mtasema nini? KFCB ilifanya ama ni nyinyi mlifanya? Ni nyinyi mliacha data mahali haifai. Si ndio? So when we are understanding data protection, we need to know who is a controller, who is a processor, who is a subject, what is personal data, and who is a data handler. So a controller is the one who controls the information, the one who owns the information, the one who determines the purpose of that information collected. So as a filmmaker, you are collecting information on behalf maybe of a client. Who determines the purpose of that information? A data processor. This is any natural or legal person who collects personal data on behalf of a data controller. That is a data processor. Then we have the data subject, the subject of personal data. Kwa hivyo venye mmechukuliwa picha, mmeuliza ni za nini? Hiyo ni data yenu, si ndio? And we are live on television. So, do you know how that information can prejudice you? Ulidanganyana ati umeenda sick leave, lakini uko kwa conference. Sawa sawa? So that is, you are a data subject. You are the owner of that information. Then we have personal data. This is information that can identify you. We have 3 examples there. We have a name, address, images. Sindio? What else can identify you? What else can identify you? Your location. Ukipiga picha kama MC venye alikuwa na dance hapa, alafu tupatane na yeye pale hivi, si nitamjua ni yeye huyu. So that is what, anything that can, your KRA pin. What else? Your hairstyle. Inaweza fanya ujulikane? Your walking style. Your height. Ati yule kijana mfupi ni ameiba. Lakini wameingia wakiwa watatu warefu na mmoja mfupi. Nani atashikwa? Huyo mfupi, si ndio? So that is personal information and it needs to be safeguarded. We have a range of functions under the Act that involves registration. We'll see registration in the later slides. And we also do inspections. And we also do awareness creation. So, as you are here, you know something about data protection now. You know about the Office of Data Protection Commissioner. It is also your mandate to inform that your clients that the Data Protection Act is enforced, and it has repercussions under the law. So a data handler refers to a controller or a processor. We have the principles. The first one is lawfulness, fairness, and transparency. That means you have to you have to collect data in a fair and transparent manner. Nyi mnapiga picha sana, si ndio? Na mnafanya TikTok sana. Hata nikipita kwa street najiona tu kwa picha tu randomly from a person I don't know. Si ndio? Then I have a friend of a friend that is your friend. Then he reposts your TikTok content. Alafu najipata hapo niko kwa background. Sawa sawa. What will happen? Yeah? What should happen? Did you give consent? Did Kang'ethe give consent that his image be used in your content? Eh? Sawa sawa. Kama unanijua ulipiga tu picha tu. Hata kama tunajuana. Umepiga tu picha then ukapost without asking me. You don't know what effect it can cause. Mi unionangi nikipost picha lakini wewe umepiga ukapost. What will happen? So we have the lawful purpose of processing personal data. If you have to process personal data of a child, of anyone, you have to get consent. That is one of the lawful basis of processing. We have public interest. Public interest ni kama gani? Public interest. Ruto amekuja hapa, alafu picha appear somewhere in the picture. Si ndio? That is the public interest. We also have legitimate interest. We have performance of a contract. If a client amekuja kutoka majuu, that is a lawful basis of processing the data. Then we also have to comply with a legal obligation. We also have vital interest, which is not captured here. Vital interest. If I collapse here, will you start asking my spouse or my people wako wapi? Ati ndio nikuje nisaidiwe? Mtangoja nikufe? You can process my personal data with what you have. Then we have for statistical, journalistic, and scientific research. All those are lawful basis of processing personal data. Then we have data minimization as a principle. You must ensure that information is not excessive. If you need just my email to communicate to me, don't collect my phone number. Sawa. But when you enter to entities like Edge, unaambiwa, leta your phone number, your ID number, your marital status, are you disabled or are you, hizo maswali zote, are they really necessary? Na umekuja service, umekuja conference kama hii, how will they assist you? Sawa sawa. So there is that aspect of data minimization. As filmmakers, you must ensure that the information is not excessive for the purpose that you need. Then we have purpose limitation. Use it for that purpose. The purpose is producing a film, not reproducing another one at a later time. Sawa. So if you collect for maybe, nisikia kuna machachali, si ndio? Hiyo ndio the last one niliwatch ya Kenya. I think I need to be educated on others and the real have stories of God. Ama hiyo si film? Hiyo ni film. Ni kama film, si ndio? Hizo ndio nilikuwa na watch, lakini sasa mniambie hizo zingine siko in touch, sawa? Unajua TikTok ilinibeba. So purpose limitation for that purpose. If it is for that film, it is for that film. Usipite hapo pengine. Na usiweke ati utumie next year. Kuna pia storage limitation. It must be anonymized once it has finished its purpose. So you have to tell us, collect data, una collect mpaka, hii data collect nitatumia mpaka mwaka gani. If it is for 2 years, 3 years, input it there in your company policy or in your business policy. Ndio tujue sasa, if the Data Protection Act the Data Protection Commissioner comes to audit your systems, then they know, well, ulisema utaweka for 3 years, but this is the 5th year. What will happen with that content? Sawa. Then we have the accuracy. You should ensure that information is up to date, and also integrity and confidentiality. That is not taught in schools. You have to be of high integrity and put information highly confidential. Sawa. KFCB have all your data, have all your information. Alafu nipatiwe hiyo form na Brian ati nimwekee kwa bag yangu. Then I go with it somewhere in a joint. Nipatiana hiyo information. Si mnajua data is the new oil. If I have your personal data, I can advertise anything. I can register you to my political party, and I have a head start of 600 people. Sindio? So I already have 600 delegates. Then we have accountability. Then we have the obligations of film practitioners. You have to register with the data commissioner as a controller or a processor. Safeguard the rights and freedoms of your data subjects. Comply with the act to create as you create content for online consumption, and also adhere to the fundamental rights and freedoms of the data subjects. So those are your obligations. Kazi yenu sasa. As you take back home here, these are your obligations. Though they are the registration requirements, that is the certificate of incorporation. You have to also say the categories of data processed, the duly filled and signed declaration form of number of employees, categories of. Then we have safeguards put in place, and also the risks associated with collecting and processing the personal data. I think there is a missing slide on the payable fees. For 1 to 50 employees, that is a small data controller, and with an income of up to 5 million, that is the registration is 4,000, that is once. Then we have the renewal that is after every 2 years. I think it is in the handbook. Then we have the medium data controllers, that is between 51 and 99 employees, and above 50 million, 5 to 50 million. That is 16,000 and a renewal of 9,000. Then we have the large data controllers, that is between 51 and 99, above 99 employees. The registration is 40, and the renewal is 25,000 after every 2 years. So it's your obligation to register with the data commissioner. Also the churches, if you create content for the churches, you can register as a charity organization. That is, the registration is 4,000 and the renewal is 2,000. The registration process is in the data portal. That is dataportal.odpc. Then you can create an account, then you can submit your documents in that portal. You can get us at Britam Towers, the 12th and 13th floor. So, tulinde data yetu. Sawa sawa. If you post a photo online of me today, then I report you to the Office of Data Protection. There are fines. It's not less than 5 million. Sasa, okay. It's not past 5 million. Sasa, or 1% of your turnover, whichever is it higher or lower? Yes? It is lower. Sasa. So, if you have any inquiries, you can send to the website, that is www.odpc or info@odpc.go.ke. And if you have any questions, I think because I'm the last one, I'll be the first one. Thank you.
All right, we are now going to the next session, but before we do that, I would like to let you know that after this, we'll have lunch and reimbursement of your bus fare. Kama ulikuja mguu, tutakusugua mguu. Kama ulikuja na matatu, itakuwa reimbursed. So I think our hype man, as I hand you over to the main MC, kuja ustrategisha watu kidogo. Chakula inaendelea kutokota.
Okay, thank you very much, Brian. Thank you very much, all the presenters. Please, let's give it up to them. Asanteni for your patience, by the way. You've really been patient. And it's for that reason that we've found it right that before you go, we ensure that we at least reimburse your transport kidogo kidogo, na pia watu wakule hiyo energy ambao wamenini. Just before he does that, and to ask everybody who was presenting that even as he will be helping people with the stretching, we will all be coming to the front. There are chairs that will be brought so that you sit down and we will just have a brief plenary in case there's anything that somebody did not get right. So hype man, waendelea wale vile viti vile mnaona kule ni vyenu. I want to request the younger members of staff na both sides wakuje wachukue vile viti walete huku juu and then tuendelee. Kina Victor pale, kina Felix, wale kina Simon, tusaidiane. Go on.
Thank you so much DJ. Sasa tunataka tufanye something different kidogo, si ndio? Unajua watu wanataka waingie pale wakule, unajua vile wana stretch, wamechoka kidogo, but we just want to do one simple game. So ningependa tusimame, kila mtu tusimame, usibebe kitu kwa mkono. Usibebe kitu kwa mkono, usibebe kitu kwa mkono. Usibebe kitu kwa mkono. So nitakuwa nasema mosquito mosquito, then you rub your hands. Nikisema catch it, you catch it. Sawa sawa? Tuko tayari? Okay, let's try it. Mosquito mosquito. I want to see you rubbing your hands. Mosquito mosquito. You say mosquito. Mosquito mosquito. Mosquito mosquito. Mosquito mosquito. Catch it. You don't clap. You catch it. I've said catch it. Okay, let's do it once more. Mosquito, mosquito. Mosquito, mosquito. Mosquito, mosquito. Okay, catch it. Nice. So, nitakuwa na change, nasema right hand ama left hand. Sawa sawa? Okay, mosquito, mosquito. Mosquito, mosquito. Okay, catch it with your left hand. Wewe unachika na mkono zote shwali. Okay, mosquito, mosquito. Mosquito, mosquito. Mosquito, mosquito. Catch it with your right hand. Nice. Mosquito, mosquito. Mosquito, mosquito. Catch it with your right hand. Nice. Asanteni sana.
Stretch a bit. Thank you very much. MC, a hype man, he's everything and a very good entertainer. So, up here, we have the people who made presentations. I'm sure that you have received almost all the information. You cannot get enough information, and that's why we keep learning from time to time. But for now, what we are going to do, just in the next few minutes, if there's any question that you want to ask from any of the presenters, I'll maybe take 4 questions, and then after that, probably the next 4. Yeah, like that as we move on. So the floor is open. Anybody seeking any clarification? We have him there, then we move there. For now, I'm seeing 5 questions, 6. Okay, take them, Yvonne.
Greetings to you all. In the interest of time, because this was a short program, I'll just stick to one area, and I'll direct my questions to KFCB, because I'm involved in the education sector, and there has been issues around the curriculum development and dissemination, because some of the content that has been produced, whether it's in literature for schools and even religious books, has been a bit disturbing, because it is sometimes meant to have a philosophical effect on the thinking of our children and their perceptions. So my concern, because of my young sister who talked about how they exempt the people from the KICD when they are producing that their content, I wanted to know how much you are involved in the scrutiny of whichever curriculum that is coming to our educational, education institutions, especially for our very young children. My other question would go to the legal from my sister. Recently, let me use the example of the US. The American president has just taken, they have a new president who is saying he's going to repeal some laws that were signed by the former president as regards the, what you call the gender side. And we can see even in the people who have gadgets here, the Android and the other phones, there are very beautiful things called emojis or something like that, where there's beautiful flowers, alcohol bottles, and some definitions of what masculinity and femininity is and what a family is. Because you find they define, sometimes you see a family standing two men and a child, and 2 women and a child, a man and a woman and a child. So I don't know if there is a way you can align yourself to the international law, where those of us who feel like we should sue some of these people who are selling these things locally here and putting that content in the gadgets to get reparations, because the president of America said that he's going to give parents a leeway to sue any teacher who is trying to impose certain things on their children. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's take those 2 near you as you move.
Bwana asifiwe.
Amen.
My name's Derek. So I wanted to say that I wanted to ask the KFCB, my question is to KFCB. So if I'm a film student, so I wanted to ask if maybe during the holiday period, I'm at home, then I find myself with a camera, then I decide to write a script and shoot a film, maybe a feature film or short film. How are you going to rate my film, or I need to come seek a certificate of an approval that way?
Behind you.
Thank you so much. My name is Easter Masharia. I'm from Big Forest Photography. My first set of questions, I'll direct them to KRA. So the first question that I have is on the importation of filming equipment and things like drone. You've said that you need to write a request letter for exemption of taxes of the VAT or import duty. Who do you exactly write to? Is it KRA or is it Treasury? And how long does it take for you to be able to get a response? And what documents do you need to upload? And for instance, if the camera maybe is not purchased, it's gifted, do you still need to attach the receipts or the invoices, or what are required? And then question number 2, also on KRA, is the issue of, for instance, as a filming company and you're hiring camera crews, camera guys, they are not permanent employees. So it's maybe on a contractual basis, for instance, per day, or you're paying them per week. So do you file payee because these are not permanent employees, or do you file, for instance, as a consultant, whereby you're supposed to withhold 5%? And for how long should it apply? Because you find there is a bit of confusion when it comes to whether you are filing for PAYE or should you treat them as consultants. And then is there a limit cap? For instance, if you are paying them 2,000 per day or 5,000 or 100,000, is the rate the same? Something like that. And then the last question that I have on KRA is on the issue of the e-Teams compliance. I remember there was some law or regulation that was passed whereby if you're required for you to be able to claim expenses when you're filing your income returns, you had said the regulations were saying that you need to pay, you need to file expenses from an e-Teams invoice. So is that regulation still active based for companies, or is it we can still file expenses as we normally do file them? Do we really need the e-Teams invoice as the law stands now? Those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay, move this side to this lady over here, even for gender balance.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alison. I am an actor. And my question goes out to KRA. There was a time that we were not paying the 5% withholding tax, but now it's mandatory. My question is, because there's been a lot of debate, once my employer submits the 5%, am I also then required to later on pay the remaining 20 or rather 25? Yes, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, we are going to take, let's just take those first, and then we'll take round 2. So we begin with question 1 to KFCB from education area and all that. Redemptor. You are supposed to sit there. Answer with it.
Thank you very much for your question about
Check your mic.
About KFCB being involved in the curriculum development.
You can just sit there.
You can just
and
sit
answer.
there. Okay. About KFCB being involved in curriculum development, as per now, the way the law is structured, we are not involved in the development of curriculum, especially for primary and secondary schools. But what happens when it comes to tertiary institution, because their curriculum is developed separately from secondary and primary school, that's probably where the institution would always seek our input. We are not involved directly, but as a stakeholder in the film industry, when they're developing their curriculum, KFCB usually have a representative to give insights and inputs. Yeah.
I hope she's clear. Okay, the legal, about the laws, the emojis and all that.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I was really trying to bisect that particular question, but if I got you right, you are asking what happens with the laws, like the Americans, the way they're repealing the law to recognize similar marriages, and and we are seeing the same slowly coming into this country. So what I would say is that we are governed by the Constitution of Kenya for us. And our constitution is very clear on what a family constitutes. If you look at Article 45 of the Constitution, it says about a family being between marriage of people of the opposite sex and by consent. And that is what even guides us when we are doing the classification. We also have the penal code, which strictly restricts the marriage of the people of the same sex. So in our country, we have laws that clearly defines what a family should constitute. So unless that changes, it will be very difficult. And that's why, especially for films that are meant for children, we are very, very, very strict on it. We do not allow even the cartoons that portray marriages of same sex as family to be exhibited in this country. And that is where the classification comes in now with the Acna Redemptor. So that is how we are trying to currently protect the family unit and especially the children from, being exposed to such type of marriages.
Just hold on.
Yeah, in the social studies formally, we had the definition of the family. Now, in the current curriculum, I don't know if you're aware of that. And because COVID came and the learning changed, because of COVID, people went into online studies and whatnot. My worry was what is being presented in other forms of learning where the teacher is not physically present to guide, but children are using certain tools to learn. So I was wondering because there's been a concern from some of us who are deemed to be conservative that the definition is changing because the kind of graphics they use, the kinds of instructions they give are a bit conflicting to our traditional belief of what a family constitutes in the social studies that were there formally. So my concern is how are you tackling these kinds of things so that with the time, even those who are bringing this content can be put to check. Thank you.
I think what I would say is that KICD is failing on its mandate because those are some of the content they need to regulate. Such content should not be given or should not be given to children in our schools because the Constitution is the supreme law. We have the Constitution, which is supreme. The rest of the laws come after the Constitution, and we have to comply by the provisions of the Constitution. So if we have any other law or any other books or any articles that are not in compliance with the provision of the Constitution, then that outrightly is wrong. And I would maybe just follow up. It's not specifically within our mandate, I would say that, because issues of curriculum is not unless it's audiovisual, that is when we come in. If there is any audiovisual educational material, then we'll ensure that such content does not pass through, because we'll have to classify such content. But now when it comes in books, it's not now audiovisual, it's out of our mandate. But that notwithstanding, we will still have a talk with KICD to bring to their attention that such content is being given to our children and there's need to do something about it.
Okay, thank you, Lois, on that. And thank you for the question. As Lois said, and even as we ask the questions in the interest of time, the Kenya Film Classification Board deals with audiovisual that has already been recorded, really, and not the books and the text that. Yeah, not that literally works, but it's one government approach and it is important. Good questions. Marcos, you need to come here. Eric is a student of film and to guess from Switch. Yeah?
Okay.
And Eric has a question which I'm sure you had.
Thank you. I'm forced to stand because I'm a bit obstructed by this. First of all, thank you for acknowledging that KFCB is an important stakeholder to what KICD is doing, and we'll take it up as a challenge for us. Thank you. With regard to filming, when I presented on filming requirements, I deliberately omitted that particular aspect of the students because I knew we'd have this forum. So within our act, you see the way there's an exemption for filming, for classification. We've also been able to basically provide what we call a gratis filming license. A gratis filming license is basically a license that you obtain from the board, but you don't pay for it. It's free of charge. But It's only issued to the students through their institutions for purposes of fulfilling their course requirements. It's not outside that. So you can't say, look, I'm a student, I'm on a very long holiday, or I've deferred my studies, but I'm at Switch Media and I want to create something. If you're creating content or creating a film for purposes of fulfilling your academic requirements, then your lecturer, actually in this case, if there's a faculty, it's dean of faculty, will be able to write to the board. In fact, right now, we are offering the services online. So what we'll do is on board Switch Media School, on our online portal, and they'll be able to apply for the licenses on your behalf, because that is what we're providing for. But the license will not be paid for. And this goes to all the institutions of learning. If you're a media student, if you're a film student, you should be able to apply for a gratis filming license through your institution, and you also apply for classification, which will be free of charge.
Thank you very much, Marcos. You see, I was impatient. Not that you are giving good answers. I was a teacher of language, and sasa natafuta summary here and there. Mr. KR with the basket. Alisema kuja tu, ama swali ni mengi, kuja usimame hapa. Ujibu, utuambie ile kikapu uliongelea. Karibu.
Thank you for your questions. Of course, KRA is a very big interested party in most of the things that you do. And so the first question that came from Masharia, I hope I got your name right. You're talking about the importation of a filming equipment. As I said earlier, is that we've had challenge on the implementation of this provision. And the challenge has always been, I think the biggest problem, I think we're even discussing with KFCB and KFC, is that it's about awareness. Because the law is there. And if the law is there, the only thing that needs to be done is you as the owner of that company. Then we always advise that you do what you call a prior approval. A prior means don't acquire the equipment without getting an approval first. Because the moment you've acquired the equipment, then even if you have the receipts, I don't think you will get any refund or any service back, no. Mostly the law requires that you get it prior, which means you write to KFCB, they know you, KFC, they know you, they have their list, you have a license from them. Then the only thing that they are required from their side is to recommend to the National Treasury, which basically writes to carry. So it's almost, if you get that recommendation immediately to National Treasury, those letters don't stay. I don't think it stays even more than a week. Then they are only transmitted to carry. When it comes to carry, the people who are going to implement is our customs team, which basically they have that letter saying that so and so has been exempted when they are purchasing this equipment. Then you can get your equipment. So that should not take you long, but you need to just get a recommendation from KFC. But I know it has a challenge in that it has not been really been implemented, although it was requested. But from our side, if something was requested and it's a policy by the government, for us it's just to implement and maybe undertake things like what we are doing currently on awareness to make sure that you know what is there. I think I've handled the issue of after purchase. After purchase, I think you've already paid the taxes. Unless otherwise, the only people that can enjoy is mostly the diplomatic bodies. If they have paid the taxes, they will have to be refunded because of the Vienna Convention. So that one, I know that one will handle from that angle. But for the others, I don't think there's any refund because the law requires that you do it prior. Then, if you have a film company and you engage employees on a contractual basis, remember that when you're employing employees, there's a difference between an employee and a contractor or a consultant. So I need to be very clear. Even our law, income tax, there's a difference between the two. For a contractor, you may not have supervision over them. For an employee, from the general term of an employee, there are certain things we look at, that this person is an employee of a certain organization. but this person is a consultant for this organization. So these are two differences. One, this person will be required to report to you. Maybe they are supposed to come to your office from 8 to 5. That's an employee. This person may be required, you need to reimburse their expenses, probably their employee. There are certain small things that we look at to differentiate between an employee and a contractor. Now, for contractual, for those who are contractual employees, probably you've given them a letter of offer for maybe to work for you for a week or 2 weeks. Now, when you start paying them, you remember that we always aggregate the amount of the person you've paid within a certain period in a month. If that amount exceeds 24,000, when you look at the taxation, that means they will have to pay taxes. But anyone below 24,000, because of what we call relief, then that person is removed completely from the taxation bracket. But if you aggregate that amount in a month, then you realize it's in excess of 24,000. Then that person then you have to deduct the PUI and remit to care. You can even pay them the full amount the first few days, 5,000, but when you realize you're getting to 24 now, you have to withhold the amount. So because at the end of the month is when we know how much you've paid that person. We won't know the first day, the second day, but the way the law has been structured, even our rules is that you can pay them even the full amount. But at the end of the month, you must make sure that after the period has ended, how much did you pay this person? Then you need to know the taxes that you need to have deducted from this person. Then another critical thing that you also need to know is you talked about e-teams. I hope I'm clear about employee. Those who are dealing with contractual, make sure that even if you pay them in a week, in a month, make sure that you are able to know. But the challenge comes is if that person is not working for you alone. Remember that PC people can work for more than one person in a month. They're earning 50,000 from this person, they're earning 20,000 from this man. Now, the moment that we know this person is being paid by company A, then he's paid by company B should have we actually supposed to deduct by 30% because company A is already also deducting so that we accumulate the total amount for that person. And I know that's a compliance issue that you may not know, but basically if you are able to have information that this person is already employed somewhere else, then it's better you deduct that 30%. Now, the issue of e-teams requires that you issue an e-teams compliant receipt. The moment you don't issue that receipt, it means when you are coming to do your books of account at the end of the year, we don't allow you that expenditure. That's very clear. That's the law. I think there was a public notice by KRA somewhere in March, April, where they were allowing people between March and April, but you are required now to do it retrospectively, so which is still the same thing. It must be e-teams compliant. And if you feel there are challenges, our team is there to assist you so that we can be able to at least help you in terms of how you go about it. Now, there was issue of, from Alison, withholding tax. Now, I want also to make it clear, I know there may be questions. The moment you've hired somebody as a consultant, in any practice, it doesn't matter if you're working for a film agent, a film producer, for any taxes apply across. There is no specific as it's a film. Now, you've deducted the 5%. Remember, for Kenya now, for you to deduct a 5%, that person must be beyond 24,000. I don't think we removed that one. 24,000 in a month. So if you're giving a consultant services and it's less than 24,000 in a month, you don't need to withhold 5%. That's how they law. But we wanted, I think it will be removed. There was something that we needed to remove because it has to be fair. Because some people can plan and say, I'm paying this person 20,000 in this month. Next time, let me pay the difference 20,000 next month. But that person is over 24,000, right? For the same employer. So those are the things those are compliance issues that we're still dealing with to make that. But the moment you've deducted the 5% and remitted to KRA, your responsibility as the person who paid ends. Your responsibility as a person who paid has ended. Your obligation has ended because you have only deducted the 5% which is required by law and remitted to KRA. Now, that is where now when you're filing your return at the end of the year, that person has to declare that income and said there was a 5%, that's why you're given a withholding certificate. That is at the end of the year. If they file their return and say, I didn't earn any income, the system cannot allow. The system cannot allow because there's a withholding tax already reflected in their book, in their ledger accounts. So that person has to make sure that they report that amount. Now, by reporting means the person who was paid now must declare and say, 5% was deducted, but what was the expenditure of that for you giving that service? Was there accommodation? Was there travel? Was there? Because now that's where now we will now tax and see how much tax that this person needs to top up. Because remember, our taxes goes up to 35%. So it goes up to 35%. From 10% to 35%. If you're earning 800,000 and above in a month, you're supposed to pay 35%. That's why even if you are a consultant and you earn 1 million, you cannot be, you are not supposed to say, I have only paid 5% and it's enough. So you have to demonstrate that there was expenditure, there was one, then the remaining amount is what will be applied tax. But for the employer, for the person who has already deducted 5%, your obligation has ended there. The obligation shifts to the person who has earned the income to actually, when they are filing their return, to tell us what they need to pay or what remains out of that amount that has been taxed by withholding of 5%. I hope it's clear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I know people love KRA. Juu hapo ndio mtu naangalia hiyo nini mboka, vile young people call it. We are going to take another set of questions. Let's now also try that side. I gave more opportunity here. Let's take another 5 and then again we'll do that.
Great. Good afternoon.
Na zisikuwe tu za KRA pekee, zikuwe kwa kila mtu.
Si ya KRA peke yake. My name is Suki. From KRA, I needed ya kwanza ni ya KRA. You had talked about the tax incentives. I was really very interested. You explained it, but I didn't understand it very well. Please just, in brief, repeat that. Then for KWS, unaona si KRA peke yake. KWS.
Okay, by the way, my friend Suki, sorry, of course, I know you and where you are from. For the sake of network and knowledge, mutaseme jina na where. My name is Suki of?
Oh, sorry. My name is Suki Wanza. I am a lecturer from KCA University. Yes. KWS. You talked about the fees. There was an 8,000 for 1 to 6 crew per week. And then I wondered, is it just for crew or crew and cast or everyone else who's coming for that scene or for that episode coming into the KWS at that particular point? Thank you.
Next. Yes, that one.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Bengo. I'm a founder of my own small business company, and I have 2 questions for KFCB.
Go right ahead.
What steps should I take if I want to use customer testimonials or videos from public events? Like I go for marketing, I attend pop-up markets and all, and I take videos and photos for customers. And are there available resources or partnerships that KFCB offers to help small businesses understand and implement content regulations?
Did I get your second one?
Are there available resources or partnerships that KFCB offers to help small businesses understand and implement content regulations?
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Simon, kazi kwako.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Peter Kawa. I am an actor and a filmmaker, and I'm also the national chairman of the Kenya Actors Guild. So to some degree, I speak for all actors in Kenya. My first question, my questions will be to KFCB and Kekobo. First question, number 1 to KFCB. You have a resource center, which is the Nairobi Film Center. It is literally the only cinema hall we have in the CBD and the biggest as we speak. We had a couple of them, but most of them have shut down. So how are you working to ensure that people get to use the facility? There was a circular going around a couple of weeks ago that we should come and use the facility, but I was there the other day for a film premiere, and we don't have screens, the sound was a bit off, and even the seats were a bit, tuangalilie hiyo tafadhali, so that we do not have to go out of town to watch our films, especially local films. Number 2, trailers in the cinemas. Sometimes we take our kids to the cinemas and we are going to watch Moana and Inside Out, kid-friendly shows. And then as we wait for the films to begin, there are trailers that are being shown there that have now graphic information, language and stuff like that. How is KFCB protecting our children from such content before their films begin? And then speaking of trailers, 2021, KFCB was doing such a commendable job were putting up on their social media platforms the films that they had classified. They would say Fast and Furious has just been classified by KFCB, and this is the rating you're giving them, and this is the synopsis. I kind of complained at some point because you were doing a lot of international films and not local films. And that is how we lost that opportunity. Can we bring it back, please? So that when you're classifying especially local films, we can use your platform to advertise our stuff as well. Speaking of films, exemptions, there was a part where that you talked about exemptions for films that are made. I wish there would be exemptions to people who are creating content that is supportive of the film industry. I don't know if I make sense. Like myself, I run a company with this gentleman called Sanapost, where we go and review films and we do red carpet interviews, stuff like that. Is that stuff? Are we supposed to come to KFCB to be classified or to have a license because we shoot on location? And lastly, do we have capacity? I work with content creators as well. If a content creator has a series of like someone like Abel Mutua who does his show, do you have capacity to regulate all this stuff that content creators are creating on a daily basis? Does KFCB have that?
Okay, thank you. So that we don't hold
just
so
one more,
much.
yes.
Okay.
Kekobo, this is for you, sir. I met you in 2018. I organized for a workshop and you spoke to our workshop. And there's one thing that I've been using over and over again. Do you offer legal advice services to collective bargaining contracts, not individuals? Because as Kenya Actors Guild, we'd like to visit your office and see how you can help us, because most of our challenges that we have with producers are very many, but can we come as an outfit so that Kekobo can speak on behalf of an entire, and that's just about it. Oh, Madam Muluka, there's capacity building sessions. Would like, as a Kenya Actors Guild, would like to visit your office and see how we have a whole plan of 2025 of workshops. We want to work with KFCB. Asanteni sana.
Awesome. What we'll do, because he has so many questions, they are all valid, and there are some people who wanted to, who wanted to ask the same. No. Okay, since he's standing na nimeona, wacha niheshimu hata nini.
Good afternoon. Wanjao Maina, an upcoming filmmaker.
Upcoming.
Upcoming, yes.
Okay.
So my questions are straight to the point. Number one, I need to know how shooting a sporting event is classified. Because, for example, if let's say like it's a football match or a swimming tournament, you see, that's not a documentary, that's not a short film, that's not a feature film. So if I'm shooting a sporting event, I need to know, would I need a license for that? Number two, what is the purpose of the watershed period? There was that advert that we are watching that has some, we'd call it indirect sexual, suggestions or thinking. But if I'm not wrong, there's something called a watershed period that was given by the Communications Authority. So the lady who showed us that advert, she was saying that the TV station was forced to pull down that advert. But was it a matter of the wrong time the advert was being played, or was the advert inappropriate altogether? Because as far as the watershed period is concerned, I think maybe the advert should have been screened maybe like 10 p.m. onwards. Maybe you can get some clarification on that one. Number 3, what are the funding opportunities for upcoming filmmakers? And if the opportunities are there, I need to know, is this a grant or is it a loan? And then my last question is concerning copyright. Is copyright transferable in a matter like succession? So let's say, for example, there's a script writer, he has copyrighted his script, and he or she passes on. Can the next of kin inherit that script and earn from it? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Upcoming, we are going to continue with the answers here first, and to suggest I'll go with the KFCB, then I go to Kekobo, and then I finish with KIA to give everybody an opportunity. Please answer, I'm a teacher. Ukiulizwa when were you born, nasema I was born last year. Not when my mother and my father were walking, they saw each other, then they so haraka haraka hivyo to up to the point, my colleagues, si ndio? We are starting with the question on testimonials. I don't know if I got it well, but that can we use other people's testimonials if they are in video and we want to what do you want to do? We are marketing. The same person has asked about resources and partnerships that KFCB may be having that they may give out. Swali la nani? Marcos.
Thank you for those questions. So first of all, film is recorded audiovisual content. So if you're doing marketing, if you're recording marketing videos, promotional videos, testimonials, the terms and conditions apply. You are required to acquire a filming license if the content is meant for sale or public exhibition. I hope that is clear. And then whether KFCB has available resources for partnership. Resources are always scarce, generally. Resources are always scarce. But as a board, we have programs and we are open to partnership. So if you have your program and you think we are like-minded partners, we encourage you to write to the board and we'll consider your concept or your proposal so that we can establish areas of partnership.
Do you have any other questions which were you are on?
Yes.
I would like you to finish with that and then we move.
How is the board ensuring that NFC is utilized by creatives? Yeah, we basically take what you've raised as feedback. And of course, as a board, we are working towards sprucing the space, basically refurbishing and equipping it to the standard that you will, as a creative, you'll just walk in, do your premiere and you have everything there. We acknowledge that there are challenges, the financial challenges that we are facing, but we are working towards securing funds that are required to make this space a better space. And actually, it's the space for creatives. So most of the creatives will be able to use it. Most of them do not use it at the moment because of the condition in which it is, because you're required to at least hire the space, but also some equipment to enable you to do what you have to do. I will allow Redemptor to respond to the issue of the cinema theaters and the trailers. And then the back, do you want to respond to the issues of social media platforms? I'll leave that to you. I don't want to take it from you. And then you also asked about how shooting a sporting event is classified. So a sporting, I think you just need to understand the definition of the word film, which is a recorded audiovisual content. Sport is actually developing as a new genre of film. And based on that, we cannot say that whatever you're filming is not a feature, it's not what, but it's film at the end of the day. It is recorded audiovisual content. And if that is the nature of what you are doing, then it still falls within the definition of the word film, and the regulations that, or the requirements that we've just presented here apply. Are there funding opportunities for upcoming filmmakers? I'll say yes. There are funding opportunities in so many different ways. First of all, we have a sister agency called the Kenya Film Commission that offers funding as part of development support to the sector. But again, we are also looking at other sources of funding that you can also explore within the film industry ecosystem. There are organizations that offer funding, and we can also take advantage of that. What we are a part of at the moment is the development of the incentives framework for the film industry. And with these incentives, it basically means that you'll be able to create your content, and the conditions will be more favorable for you, because we are looking at things like, tax rebates. We are looking at so many other things. So once the incentives framework is ready, I believe that even when it comes to filming, you'll feel that there's support that is coming from the government side of things.
You get ready to talk about the watershed and the theaters. While you are getting ready, I'll just quickly answer on this. The first one, yes, it is true. As my good friend there has asked, we used to post these not only even in 2021, even in the recent past, but most of them, it's the filmmakers who mostly request, because you heard about data protection. So if we just start posting your data without your consent, it may become a problem. We are ready and willing, and for those who are here, for as long as it is compliant, somebody took the filming license, we've already ensured that we've examined and given a rate. We will be very, very happy to support by putting this on our platforms. Okay, and then the visit, of course, very much welcome. We've had schools, mostly the film schools, they come over, the media schools, they come over. All you need to do is to write to the CEO through our official email, info@kfcb.go.ke. We will schedule a date, and for sure, we will be happy to have you around. Redemptor.
Okay, thank you. I'll take the issue on trailers.
I can't see you even on that. Maybe you need to come here.
Okay. So I'll take the issues on the trailers, and it's a concern that you've raised, and the board will take it up, because the cinema theaters are licensed by the board, and they're supposed to adhere to the provisions of Cap 22. So that's something we'll take up. We'll write a compliance notice to them and tell them that this is something that has been noted, and we'll even send our compliance officers to make sure that that's not happening. And number two is about the capacity for classification. Does the board have the capacity of classification? This is something that we've also noted, and between 2022, 2023, we developed regulations, what are called self-classification regulations. These self-classification regulations will enter entities, the VODs, the OTTs, and the broadcasters to classify their own content, and then we will just monitor. So for example, will not require Showmax to submit everything for classification, will not require Safaricom Base to submit everything for classification. Under the regulations, they'll be able to classify using our own classification guidelines. So the regulations were out, they were published. We're just waiting for them to go through parliament, and then they become law. Number someone asked about the question on watershed and the advert that had prepared. As I started the presentation, I said the advert had not been submitted for classification. So since it had not been submitted for classification, it had no rating. So when it went to the media houses just put them wherever they were told to put. So that's why it had no classification, and they had not acquired the filming license. So they had violated Cap 22, and so they had to suspend the distribution and the dissemination of that advert. Yes, watershed period talks about content that can be shown during the watershed period. Yeah, so when they submitted that advert, it was rated 18, and it cannot come between 5 a.m. and 7 p.m. in the morning. And the programming code recognizes it is only KFCB that can provide a rating. So if the content does not have a rating, that the advert has not been submitted for classification, the media houses has no way of knowing where to place it without a rating. That's why it is important to submit content for rating before you distribute or exhibit. Thank you.
Kekobo?
Thank you. I thought I would do that when seated, but I remembered I'm vertically challenged. So I'll stand and respond to the two questions. I'm sure we have met in some of the trainings that we have had. So there are a lot of things we do, including legal advice. And legal advice actually extends across legal issues that touch on copyright and contracts. So yes, we offer legal advice, including assisting parties. I should say that as one of the mediation services, we also preempt, even when there is no dispute. When parties are negotiating a contract, we can assist them in negotiating. We can sit them down and help them in negotiating. We have had issues where we have a content creator at a large organization. So they want to, the content creator sort of didn't trust this organization. And they came to us and told us, now you need to assist us in negotiating this particular contract. And we assisted them in negotiating. So yes, we can assist parties in negotiating contracts in order to avoid contract. And we also offer legal services, legal advice across board, may it be contracts, may it be intellectual property generally, and other issues. Of course, if there are issues beyond the mandate of Kekobo, we'll simply tell you, we'll give you a bit of advice, but then advise you further to seek legal advice from an expert in that specific area. So the answer is yes, you can always either call, you can either do an email. We are also on eCitizen, but not fully, but you can also try to request for services therein. The question from John Maina, coming. Is copyright transferable through succession? Yes. Remember, I said that copyright is a property, just like any other. So you can sell it, you can transfer it through what we call testamentary disposition. So you just go through the normal succession process. And that is why, again, I said, when you are entering into a contract or when you are dealing with copyright work or content of whatever nature, it is important for you to have contracts and specifically provide for rights of each of these persons, such that if this person is deceased, then their next of kin can actually be able to come in. And since they have a contract that can allow them to identify the rights, it will actually be easy for them to do that. So yes, it can be transferred through testamentary disposition, just like any other property. Thank you.
The famous KRA. Makofi kwa KRA.
So there's a question from Madam Suki from KCA University on issues of tax incentives. So she requested that I do a small repeat or explanation on what exactly how tax incentives are applicable. Now, when you talk about tax incentives basically gives you a relief of taxes that you would have paid. And the only way that tax incentives can, to give you that relief, I say there are various incentives. Incentives can be on income tax part of it. It can also be on VAT, and it can also be on customs duty, because the law, there are certain aspects that even the government can decide that instead of you paying 30%, then you don't, 20% on import duty, you pay 10%. There are those kind of procedures, but it's a different procedure because the law that we use for customs is an East Africa community, which is a bit very restrictive. Now, for income tax, when you're talking about tax incentives basically means the law is allowing you to actually claim expenditures. The law is also allowing you to claim capital expenditures, because we have what we call normal operational business expenditure, and then we have what we call capital expenditure in nature, where you've actually bought or you have acquired something that is of capital nature. And the law does not allow you that you claim immediately everything. Like now, for example, if you were having a building like this, for tax purposes, it's allowed because it's a commercial, what we call commercial building. So it's allowed that you can claim even the total expenditure for this, constructing this building. Normally, you are allowed for tax purposes. Now, that's what we call tax incentive, because the law allows you that you've actually spent a capital expenditure when you're building this building. So it allows you on a process, but not everything at once. So it's 10% every year for 10 years. But for purposes of you acquiring a film equipment, the law allows you 25% every year, which means now in 4 years, you will have exhausted that expenditure, which means if you bought an equipment for 1 million, which means the first year you'll be allowed 25 million, the second year 25 million, the third year 25 million, up to 100% when you're calculating your taxable profit. So basically, I think because this one, in case there's anything we can after this meeting we can just engage for a brief, can explain further just to understand how tax incentives work. But for VAT, you get an approval, it's exempted, or if it's automatically exempted without having to get a recommendation from somebody else, basically. So that's all. But you can discuss further in case you have further queries. Then after this engagement, we can have a brief one-on-one, maybe for 1 minute, then you can be able to get further gist on how it works. Thank you.
Na umekataa kutuambia hiyo gunia, lakini tutaitafuta tu. I want to suggest this way. We were told to be here up to, actually it was 2 o'clock. We requested for 2 extra hours because we began late. They want to set up for something else. I know we still need to go for lunch. And then I would wish that in an organized manner, we go out there as will be shown to get our little fare back home. So since we are going for lunch together, look at these people. We will finish with KWS just now and then we go. So the announcement is that once the KWS question has been answered, we look at them properly, muwajue kabisa, si ati ndio muwasalimie. Tukienda huko juu, if you una swali, yuko tu pale anakula, you can go. We are going to mix, go and ask those questions. Colleagues, in the interest of time, unakula tu na huko unajibu, si ndio? So that we multitask. The men, you'll have to learn and multitask. I want to request that KWS comes and we'll finish on that note, and then we will get our lunch vouchers. They are there at the registration table. We will go there in a line. Everybody who was here will be reimbursed one way or another. Kama ulitembea, utaenda na boda boda. Kama ulikuja na boda, uende na farasi ama Uber. Kama ulikuja na yako, unaenda tu ukisema angalau nitanunua airtimes, ndio hivyo. Thank you KWS, and then we'll be finishing. No, madam, simama. You are young, my come here.
I'm here to answer Suki's question on the crew and the corresponding fees. So what happens, I'm sure you remember how we'd clustered the various categories of the crew. So I'm going to go with an example of, say the crew is between 1 and 5. So what we regard as a crew is those people who are actively involved in the production. That is perhaps the director, there's a producer, there's usually a cameraman, somebody who's in charge of sound, or the presenter. So those are the crew. And we also know that there are people who support this production who may not play a direct role. So these fees is only subjected to the people who are directly linked to the filmmaking. You may have drivers and so on and so forth. So those people who are supporting, perhaps them they'll be subjected to the park entry fees if you're going into the national park. But these fees that we said, between 1 and 5 persons is 8,000 bob, is for those people who are directly linked. Hopefully I've answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. As we come to the tail end, just one more quick one, Madam Andika. The rest of the questions we are going to ask on the other side. I'm seeing everybody has been asked a question. Please, on behalf of the House, you can ask something on immigrations. Only that last one. The rest ongee na kule. Mpatie, and then we shall have Brian coming to give the vote of thanks after this one. Yes.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My question goes to Department of Immigration, Department of Special Passes, work permits. I'm in a situation whereby we have the permission to film. Our clients are ready to come and film here, and the server is down. We were just in the middle of applying for their special passes. Then what happens? Thank you.
Purity, you got the question? You want to come here? Stretch. Asante. Jibu hapo.
The server is an IT, it's in the IT department, but I would say that as long as you have, our special pass is supposed to serve you for 3 months and above. I don't think that, or should I say, we've not had a situation where our server has been down for 3 months. Yeah? So it is at that time when you're applying, maybe that the server is down. Try later in the evening or the following day. This person is here for not less than a month. So I wouldn't say that it is really an issue that would bog you down. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I want to suggest the two of you, you will meet. This is why they're all here. Once we are done, you meet and then you talk over this. Brian, please come and give. From my side, I want to really thank you for all turning up and to thank you for your patience and to thank you for being just a captivated and awesome audience. We do not take this for granted. We look forward to meeting you, working with you, and even as we go out, come around, let's network. Brian?
Thank you. Before I even give the vote of thanks, please note that after this, we can have a group photo for archival purposes so that it can go on record that you attended this session. And in case another one comes, you are invited as well. So from Nairobi, there will be a Machakos one. And the details will be projected. You'll be able to see. You can invite those friends of yours that you know that are in Machakos County so that they can be able to benefit from all this wisdom as well. All right. So On behalf of Kenya Film Classification Board, I take this opportunity to appreciate all the entities that are represented here for having created time and released their officers to come and impart knowledge on yourselves. And we also appreciate you for the time you have taken to just come and listen and ask questions as well. We know that it has been long and tiresome, but we really, really appreciate and we urge you to continue participating in such forums, not necessarily just for KFCB, but for other entities as well, because you get informed about the policy direction of the government in general. It is always good to turn up whenever you're requested to, and we appreciate, we don't take it for granted. We thank you so much, and may God bless you as you proceed to do your different tasks. Thank you so much.
The food is blessed in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Group photo as we go there and everything else. On our side, we are done. Take over, Joseph, please.
So kindly, everyone, before you go, let's take the group photo, even as you're preparing to go for lunch. So kindly just step on the stage.
He has done for me, daily blessings coming. So nashukuru niko sawa, so mina vimbada. Nampa sifa kama kawa, so mina vimbada.
Kindly, let's have also the KFCB staff members. If you're in the house, kindly join for the group photo.
Okay, alright, show the papa.
Let's go up the stage. All creatives, kindly feel free to manage your stage. Let's make a straight line as you're climbing on stage. Make sure that you're next to someone. Yes. Let the last person be here. The rest of us, we can go on top of the stage, kindly. And also, this side, let's have the last person here. The rest of us, let's go on top of the stage. The last person, so the rest of us, bandage. There's a staircase over there, kindly. There's a staircase. All right, stand by, everyone. Let's look at the camera. All right, we are going to do 2 takes, one for the video and one for the still photo. So we are starting with the video, first of all. So as the video camera passes close to you, you just wave, or you smile, or you do a sign. So stand by, looking at the video camera and you're here. Okay, so we are doing. So we are starting from here. All right, so you do a happy smile or a happy expression, okay? Looking at the video camera in standby in 3, 2, 1, action. Let's see some smile, energy from Nairobi. All right, we'll do a second take. Wengine energy ko. Nataka tuongeze energy kidogo, more than that. All right, ready, Nairobi. Let's see you right now in 3, 2, 1, action. Let's wave all over.